Hey, welcome. This is the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting for 9 a.m. Wednesday, December 17th, 2025. First item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, commissioner announcements, and we do have other items at the end of the meeting, but any commissioner announcements?
Oh, I do have. Oh,
Citizen input first.
oh,
Okay.
yes. Oh,
Yep,
yes.
okay. Citizen input and then commissioner announcements. Yeah, I was just seeing the paragraph there. Okay, citizen input, we do have some requests. Thank you very much for joining us. So Lynn Connolly, and then following will be Pete Shepard. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, I think it'll,
Oh,
my husband's been delighted, but
oh,
good morning. One more time, I want to talk about the districting process. Excuse me. I was unable to attend the meeting on December 3rd regarding your meeting regarding the districting process and the maps that DMAC forwarded to the BOCC. But I have attended, excuse me, DMAC meetings, and it became obvious quickly that this process has been extremely partisan in the makeup of the committee and the final decision on the map, even in canceling the last public meeting. This hyper-partisanship cheats the citizens of Deschutes County when energy is spent by the majority on these issues rather than on thoughtful discussions of the critical issues that the commission is called on to decide for our county. One primary example of the majority exerting their will is the passing back and forth of the chairmanship of the commission. Since 2020, Commissioners Adair and DeBone have passed the chairmanship back and forth from Adair to DeBone in 2021, back to Adair in 2022, to DeBone in 2023, back to Adair in 2024, and back to DeBone in 2025. Obviously, this calls for the chairmanship to go to Commissioner Chang starting in 2026 to again bring bipartisanship to the committee. The citizens of the county deserve that. Thank you very much.
thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Lynn.
Pete Shepard, and then following will be Jim Barnett.
Good morning. My name is Pete Shepard. I'll be with you for a total of 16 minutes between now and January 20th. Today I'm sharing with you the top line results of a deep dive I've taken into the history of Lane County's multi-year misadventure with redistricting. I'll be back here on January 5th to explain why it is important for the county to publish a draft ballot title, draft explanatory statement, and draft text of a proposed ordinance in advance of your first public hearing. On January 7th, I'll share with you the results of a public records request I made to the Secretary of State. Split precincts are common everywhere in Oregon. In Deschutes County, all 50 precincts are split for purposes of at least one elective office. On January 14th, I'll present to you an estimate of the likely costs of defending Map C in court if the Map C were to be adopted. That estimate will be based on roughly 9 years' experience as Oregon's Deputy Attorney General, in private practice for almost a decade, and 4.5 years as a once-a-week volunteer circuit court judge in Crook and Jefferson counties. To be clear, I'm now fully retired. I don't represent anyone, and I concluded my service as a pro tem judge in 2023. My report will also be informed in part by what I have learned via public records requests that I recently directed to Deschutes County legal counsel. Finally, at your first public hearing, I'll return to give you a 3-minute sketch of one of the very significant legal problems embedded in advancing Map C. Turning now to Lane County, The story features allegations of rigged maps levied by Democrats against Republicans and by Republicans against Democrats. Claims of unlawful conflicts of interest were levied in public comments submitted to a redistricting committee established in Lane County. The Oregon Government Ethics Commission's enforcement staff eventually weighed in. Incumbent commissioners campaigned for and against a referred districting measure. Opponents paid to publish 8 arguments in the voters pamphlet, and those in favor paid for 6. Supporters raised over $60,000 in cash for what proved to be just a 2-month campaign. Voters delivered a crushing verdict. The mid-cycle redistricting measure failed by a vote of 73.6% to 26.4%. It failed in all 66 precincts in Lane County. It failed in all of the precincts in all of the districts represented by all of the incumbent commissioners who supported the referral. People have suggested that Lane County's experience is a model. Mr. Chair, I see my time has expired. May I have an additional 45 seconds?
Please proceed.
All right, thank you very much. Assuming I'm smart enough to turn
Yep,
off.
there you go.
And I'm not. People have suggested that Lane County's experience is a model that you should examine. And I agree with that. I respectfully suggest that the lesson to be learned from Lane County is that districting is too great a temptation to offer mortal politicians of any party unless we absolutely must. Lane County's recent history shows that giving politicians a chance to pick their own voters is like leaving a stick of butter on the floor in a room full of Labrador puppies and expecting a good result. We're bound to be disappointed. The Oregon and United States constitutions require us to engage in repeated political warfare over congressional and state legislative districts. Not content to wrestle in the mud every 10 years, the major political parties now wrestle every 5 years. Neither constitution requires us to bring that kind of trouble home from Salem, much less from Austin, Texas, Sacramento, California, or Washington, D.C. It's just not worth it. We shouldn't do it. Thank you very much for giving me time to offer these comments, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the courtesy of an additional bit of time.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Mr. Barnett.
Good morning. My name is Jim Barnett. I'm a resident of Sisters Country. I'm also here to urge you to discard Map C, offered to you by the 7-member District Mapping Advisory Committee last month. Instead, I recommend that you start over with a new approach. I have 2 principal concerns. First, I believe you should do a better job of seeking input from county residents before you start drawing maps. When the size of your body was increased from 3 to 5 members, there was no mention of district representation. So elections this year will continue as they have in the past, voting for each seat on an area-wide basis. In my view, and I think this is shared by many county residents, there has been no explanation why you seek to establish districts and abandon the method used historically. Rather than opening the question for public consideration, you rushed to establish an advisory committee to draw up the map with 5 districts. Since district map mapping is so controversial in our nation, rife with claims of gerrymandering on both sides of the aisle, I urge you to step back and let the voting public have time to assess the change from 3 to 5 members before taking any further action. Second, I am concerned that the advisory committee's map segregating Bend from the rest of the county, giving Bend minority representation, suggests it is somehow not part of our common lived experience. I'm a board member of Citizens for Community and Sisters. We pride ourselves in civility and collaboration among all the residents of Sisters Country, whether they reside within the city limits or they are outside of them. While my remarks today are not endorsed by C4C, I take our experience in sisters seriously and encourage you to do the same. We consider one of our principal obligations is to unite sisters country in pursuing our common interests, like getting prepared for wildfire, addressing the housing shortage, or supporting our senior citizens. In my view, there is no rural-urban divide in sisters, nor is there one in Deschutes County. Bend may be the largest city, but it is regularly frequented by all of us. We shop in Bend, get our cars serviced here, call upon mechanics, plumbers, and electricians based in Bend, and commute to work and medical appointments here. Likewise, the residents of Bend are frequently seen throughout the county, shopping or commuting to Sisters, Lapine, and Redmond, or recreating at Smith Rock, Sun River, and Black Butte Ranch. I urge each of you to resist the temptation of division and partisanship and focus instead on the best way to ensure civility and collaboration among all the residents you represent. Thank you.
very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else for citizen input? Is there anyone online with the raised hand feature? Okay, so seeing none, at this time, commissioner announcements. Is there?
I did want to announce, I met with the new president of COCC, and the really excellent news is that they are expanding their welding program. Next year, they will actually have spots for 32 students in that program, and the machining program, which is also in Redmond, will double from 10 to 20. So I think this is great news. Plus, they do run the program at Deer Ridge, where 12 inmates are given that opportunity to be trained, be certified, and when they leave, they can have a family wage job. So I thought that was outstanding news.
So much.
I'd like to announce that I will be restarting doing coffee with the commissioner in 2026. In 2024, I had to pause that activity because it was too confusing for people whether I was out as a candidate for reelection in 2024 or as their commissioner when I showed up for coffees. And then I wasn't really able to get back going on coffee with a commissioner in 2025 because the legislative session was pretty demanding, and getting up to speed as an Oregon Transportation Commissioner was pretty demanding. But now I think I've got a handle on things, and I'm going to start making myself available to the community in that way again in 2026.
Great, thank you. I've got other items, just a list of meetings I've gone to, so I'll just wait till the end of the meeting here. So at this time, consent agenda. And we'll acknowledge that we're by moving this agenda, we're convening as governing body of the countywide law enforcement District 1, District 2, 4-H, and our regular Deschutes County proper.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
A second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
and Chair will vote yes. Thank you. So at this time, item number 11, proclamation 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence.
I'd like to suggest a couple of modifications to this proclamation before we consider adopting it and reading it.
And Commissioner Dare, thoughts?
I noticed that we didn't include George Washington and in the proclamation, and he is the father of our country. I would have hoped he was in it, but it's what it is. I'm really happy to announce, I believe the students from Mountain View High School will actually be going to DC. It's been a week-long funded trip. They said it's entirely funded by private dollars. They're going to be marching on Constitution Avenue, I believe the end of May. So if I did get my dates right. Anyway, we will have representation in DC later. in 26.
So when I would say I support this, and the concept is Happy Birthday America next year. I mean, it sounds like we're gonna, talk about the content here, but really just the high level statement is this is the end of 2025, 2026 is going into 250-year celebration of the United States of America and Declaration of Independence. So, let's say what we need to say, but yeah.
Pretty modest suggestions. So there's references to the United States and there's references to America in this proclamation. I would suggest that we should be consistent and say United States of America throughout the proclamation. In the second to last whereas, or maybe the second to last whereas, there's a reference to built the Panama Canal for the mankind's collective benefit. I think we would strike the there, and I think it would be great for this to say humankind's collective benefit. So those are the kind of pretty minor additions. In the final whereas, we review a number of technological innovations that have occurred in the United States. And I would suggest that we also add to this list of incredible technological innovations that we can attribute to creative people in our nation, solar panels and mRNA vaccines.
I don't mind listing whatever we want to list in here. As I say, really, it's just a happy birthday, America, for next year. Just finishing up this year, getting into next year. Do you have other edits or any changes?
No, I think maybe we should bring it back to the first of the year. It
You wanna
sounds
do
like
that with the edits? I mean, as I say,
I would love to see those revisions and consider this again.
okay, there we go. So at this time,
I'm happy to do it now with those revisions, but either way.
and I guess I'm ready to proceed. So we're just
Okay.
basically, this is a statement going into next year.
Well, I'm not happy that George Washington isn't included. He's
You can put the first whereas right in there if you'd like.
and what he did, how he honored the everyday troop. I think that's clearly indicative of today's world. It brings us up to the point of our Veterans Village and what we do for homeless veterans in Deschutes County. We acknowledge their service and, we're really doing a major to re-engage them. So, if you guys want to vote for that, you can go ahead. I'll personally, I'll wait.
Well, so let's bring it back though. I mean, as I say, this is just a happy birthday announcement for
Right.
the year next year. So we'll dial this in.
I mean, we could even wait till a little closer to 4th of July.
Okay.
Sure.
So pausing on item 11. Item 12, consideration of first reading of ordinance Sun River Community Limited District text amendment.
Great. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Caroline House, Senior Planner with the Deschutes County Planning Division. So I'm here for first reading of Ordinance 2025-020, which is an amendment to the Sun River Community Limited District Limited District Zoning Code. Excuse me. So on November 4th of this year, a Deschutes County Hearings Officer recommended approval of this applicant requested text amendment. And 2 weeks ago, the board voted 3-0 to adopt the hearings officer's recommendation as the board's decision. So the final steps to approve this applicant initiated text amendment is to complete first and second reading of this ordinance. And assuming first reading is completed today, I plan to return at your first meeting in January, so January 7th for second reading. And then the code change would come into effect 90 days from that, which would fall on April 7th of 2026.
So just acknowledging this is for existing structures partially located in both zones with these existing conditions. So very, very narrow. Is there a motion?
Actually, I did want to comment. I met the woman who runs the equestrian program at Sun River last night. She had an adorable Christmas sweater on, and these 70 horses that are part of their equestrian program actually are wintered in Crook County. So they come back in April and then they start riding them again. But they have the Haflingers there to pull the sleighs. So most of the horses do go to Crook County for the winter. So I thought that was kind of fun that that's one of the people that I got to talk to.
Well timed running.
Yeah, I know. I was like, and yeah. So anyway,
That's the rest of the story. Great.
yes.
There a motion?
If this relatively minor change affecting a small area, that we discussed it at our prior meeting on, I can't remember when that was, on December 5th. And I'm comfortable moving this forward right now. So I will move approval of first reading of ordinance number 2025-020 by title only.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
and Chair will vote yes. Thank you very much.
See you next year.
Item number 13, consideration of document grant agreement between Deschutes County and Gales Living Trust.
Chair DeBonne, if we could read the title for the record before we move on to the next item.
Oh, of the first reading. Thank you so much. Easy. I'm just on a roll here today. Okay, so first reading. Thank you so much. First reading of ordinance number 2025-020, an ordinance amending Deschutes County Code Title 18, zoning ordinance relating to uses allowed in the Sun River Community Limited District. Second reading will be in 2 weeks. Thank you so much for keeping me on track today. Okay, so item number 13, grant agreement, Gales Living Trust. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Eric Kropp, Deputy County Administrator. We'll do some quick introductions.
Craig Gales, owner of the property.
And before we jump in, if I could just update my fellow commissioners on one thing. So I've been tracking the Gales family's rezone application as they've been putting it together, and they have come up with essentially a unique application pathway, including a goal exception and essentially seeking a special purpose rezone that I think is going to go much more smoothly through our land use system. The challenges that we just heard, literally just heard, less than 48 hours ago from CDD, or I just heard from CDD that processing this application is going to cost more money. I'm very excited for us to move ahead with something today, but we're going to have to do some problem solving on the fly if we want to support this project moving forward on how we close that gap between $25,000 and potentially $32,000. Thanks.
I thought what we'd start with is having the Gales and Chuck talk about the project, and then I'll talk about the grant agreement. And then the next item is the restrictive covenant. The grant agreement and restrictive covenant kind of go hand in hand. So I'll mention both of those. But first, I thought for the board and the general public, it'd be good to hear from Craig about the project.
So about 4 or 5 years ago, we ended up purchasing this property and just kind of purchased it as an investment. And in the last roughly 4 to 5 years, we've been working with the homeless, people in need, stuff like that. And we've realized that in Deschutes County, there's, in many other counties, there's a huge need for not so much being able to find a meal, but a place to find housing. And of course, we all know in Deschutes County, it's very expensive to live here. So me and my wife just were talking about things and whatnot, and we
Grab the microphone a little closer, please.
and we sorry about that. So we started kind of brainstorming and thinking, what could we do for the community? I've had many people out to the property just to kind of look at it, to say, this is what we're thinking, what do you think? And a lot of good response. a lot of support from the community. So what our intent is for the property moving forward is we would like to move into safe parking and then also sustainable housing in the future for basically low-income people. And what we mean by low-income people is we've discovered there's just many people out there that are in need that are living on a fixed income, and it's a very low fixed income. So it's really hard to afford rent here in Deschutes County. What our intent is to use the property for indoor-outdoor shelter services, incidental to shelters and/or safe parking to assist in addressing the county's homeless population. In order to lawfully provide indoor-outdoor shelter or safe parking. So this project would have three different steps to it is how we see it, to where it could be, the first step would be, and just to back up a little bit, the first thing is we worked many years with the managed camps and COV and the different nonprofits in and around Central Oregon. And it's been such an eye opener on what they're doing. And it's all really, really good stuff, but there's just more to be done. And we'll never get everybody off the street, but if we can help mitigate that down the road with our property, that's really in a nutshell what we'd like to see and we would like to do.
The way the grant agreement is drafted, and I've worked back and forth with Craig and Chuck on the versions, also had a lot of assistance from Kim in legal on both the grant agreement and the restrictive covenant. But the Crow board voted or recommended using up to $25,000 in Crow budget funds for the grant agreement. The way it's written is when the rezone is applied for and the cost is determined, $25,000 or up to $25,000 is how it's written, would be transferred to the Community Development Department to help offset the cost. Separately, there'd be a restrictive covenant that would be signed. If the rezone is approved or the zoning is changed, then that restrictive covenant would be recorded, and that would limit the use of that property to the stated purposes for 20 years. If the rezone was unsuccessful, the funds would still transfer to community development, and then the restrictive covenant would not be recorded. Happy to answer any questions about the draft grant agreement. As Commissioner Chang mentioned, the cost is estimated at $32,520. So the current grant agreement talks about up to $25,000. Should the board want to change that, there's a couple of simple edits that could be made at the board's direction.
Well, one of the obvious options for trying to get to $32,500 would be to circle back with the Crow board and ask them to bump up from 25,000, but they will not be meeting again until January. And there's been at the Crow board, there's been a lot of discussion in the last couple of months about what to do with the remainder of the state funds that were allocated for out of House Bill 4123 for these joint offices around the state, and there's a lot of other demands for the remaining funds. So I definitely wouldn't feel comfortable just us trying to make that decision for the Crow board to bump up to another $7,500. I think it's something that we could ask the Crow board, but we would need to wait until they convene again. So if we want to proceed today, which I think we do, because if we are serious about ramping down the temporary safe stay area at North Juniper Ridge, this is probably our best, if not our only option, for another place for people to go, where they could be in and even, in comparison to the TSSA, this would be a planned, authorized, managed, temporary outdoor and indoor shelter area, which could accommodate 75 or 100 people, which is a real benefit to us in trying to, figure out what we're doing at North Juniper Ridge in the long term. I did ask Nick if he could think of other fund sources within the county that we might look to draw, $7,500 from, and we could ask him to review those for us, or open to discuss, proceeding with discussion, however the rest of the board wants to go.
Commissioner Dare?
I wanted to hear what you had to say, Commissioner Devlin, if you.
Well, I'm not supportive.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's not that I'm against Craig. Craig and I have met, and but the state land use system that puts us in this box that says the government's going to spend money for government to review a land use, so government can fix a system that's so tight and maybe end of the reasonable life. And I'm referring kind of the big picture here. So, and I would have gone a different way a couple years ago, but we're down this path now.
Right. And I kind of find it fascinating that now we're saying that they've got to pay another $7,520 to the county. I'm like, how did that get missed at this late date? And I know Craig has been working on this for how many years now, Craig? Is it
4 years.
Yes. I mean, it's incredibly a thoughtful plan, and the fact that the county needs another $7,000, that seems ridiculous to me, honestly.
But
And I would just like to say I appreciate everything the Crow Board and the county has done and whatnot, and it is an expense that we weren't expecting, but I think we can get there. We will get there somehow without it. I just appreciate you guys considering the 25,000, and we will figure out how to get the rest of it, because it's just something that my family believes in, and if given the opportunity, we would love to move forward on this project. Thank you.
I saw Will put up his hand. Maybe he wants to come explain the difference in this application between between this application and a more standard rezone application.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Will Groves, your planning manager. The difference in fees has to do with the inclusion of a goal exception. To our understanding, and again, we expect, an application will likely be contentious. There are parties who are generally interested in plan amendment zone changes. There's neighbors who tend to participate in these sorts of things. So I need to be really careful to not get ahead of that process. But, there's a choice to be made, a strategic choice in the face of uncertainty, and I'm in no position to give legal advice whether or not to pursue the goal exception. Applicant appears to be choosing that path, and again, not giving any preference one way or the other. I couldn't tell you what's the right way to do that, but that is an increased burden fee. There's additional work to be done with this. So discussions to date had involved not using a goal exception. And there are advantages and disadvantages to both process. So the difference in fee is that they, at least as of today, are talking about using a more robust process that hadn't been previously discussed.
Yeah, and just I'm not a land use expert. I only play one on the dais sometimes, but my impression is that by pursuing this narrower land use application pathway, we will avoid lengthy and more costly appeals, which cost us time and money in Board of Commissioners engagement, in more hearings officer time, et cetera, et cetera. If these applicants pursue the kind of standard rezone pathway, which we have all seen how contentious those can be. But if all we're ready to do today is proceed with the agreement as included in our board packet for $25,000, and unless there's further discussion, I can move that now.
Okay, so you have several pictures in the packet. Eric, I'm just wondering, I know there's a church there. So is it the, like the fourth picture that is really the way it is now? Which picture is really, with the church included in the design? Which one am I supposed to be looking at? Or is it the third one?
I'll let Craig answer that.
It looks like it's the third one, Craig, with the church there, and then you're going to have two buildings on, you drive in by two buildings, and then everything is closer to Highway 20 then?
Yeah, the third one here is, you see the church would be to the west right there along Hamby. And then Highway 20, of course, runs east and west there. And so there is the one church there. And in the picture, or the rendition of what we have there is basically the village or the safe parking or whatever sits basically east of that church.
Okay, and I was looking at these and going, well, I know we have a church on one, and then on the backside too. So
Yes.
anyway, well, I'm actually comfortable with doing the 25,000. I understand what Will's saying, but it's too bad that wasn't picked up earlier.
If I could pull staff up to ask one more thing, Peter, or Will.
Or both of you.
I know there are some circumstances in which we can provide a modest fee waiver for applications. Can you explain what those are and whether this might be an eligible project for those fee waivers?
Yes, of course. Good morning, Chair DeBone and members of the commission. Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. The Community Development Department does have a fee waiver policy. Unfortunately, it doesn't apply to this case. There's really two circumstances. One, for those that are indigent and find themselves more often than not in code enforcement or to get out of code enforcement, they need a land use permit. And so there's the ability to waive fees in those circumstances. And then the second circumstance applies to nonprofit organizations that whose project is serving a public purpose, and that nonprofit organization has not been able to foresee the planning or execution of their project. And so there's a carve out for that second category. I was walking over, I missed the remarks about the Goal 3 exception, but I would just acknowledge that the Gales are the ones who chose to apply for a Goal 3 exception. So up until this point, our communication, our expectation, I think, was that this process was going to follow a non-resource land amendments process, which have been the standard approach for zoning out of the exclusive farm use zone. Of course, the Gales and their team need to determine the best course of action that they believe is going to justify zoning out of EFU. And if they choose a Goal 3 exception, then that will, of course, be folded into their justification. But for CDD to anticipate the fees with a Goal 3 exception is not something that we would have been able to do, because what we've seen over the last 15 years is that those that want to zone out of EFU follow a non-resource lands process. So I just respectfully want to acknowledge the level of coordination that's occurred over the fall, which has been extensive from our staff. I think there's been 3 pre-application meetings, but for us to ascertain the precise fee, especially when this went to the Crow Board, that's just not something that we were asked to do and would not have been able to delineate or define precisely what those fees could or should have been. Ultimately, it's the applicant's burden.
Peter, the second case for a fee waiver you mentioned was a nonprofit applicant with a public purpose intended for the property. How formal does that have to be? I mean, I'm guessing there's probably a dozen nonprofits in the community that are interested in partnering on the project that's being proposed. Do they have to be the owner of the land, or can they be an associated partner on this project to qualify for that fee waiver category?
Yeah, great question, Commissioner Chang. Our policy just acknowledges a nonprofit organization. And so we're getting into the details of how the Gales project will align with other collaborators. CDD is, I mean, I would be looking to administration, legal counsel to ensure that we're abiding by the policy. If this is something that the board has the ability to or has latitude to kind of interpret how this policy could get executed in this particular case, we certainly are open to that. I'm just I don't have, in my 4 years as community development director, I don't recall us using the fee waiver policy for a nonprofit organization. We just don't see those kinds of requests compared to the others that I mentioned earlier. But if there's, latitude, and this is something the Board of County Commissioners outside of this agenda item wants to explore with the broader, input from other departments, legal, et cetera, we're happy to entertain that. So on the face of it, the policy doesn't seem to suggest that the Gales qualify, because at the time of this request for the application, they don't represent a nonprofit organization. So I'm just communicating what the fee waiver says, and if the board feels otherwise, believes there's some interpretation of that, I don't want to stand in the way of that. This is just the policy that we've had in place since 2006.
Okay, well, I'd like to ask legal counsel to review the policy language and consider that for us. Again, I think there's probably a dozen nonprofit organizations in the community who would be more than happy to partner on this project in some formal or informal way. The applicant has already agreed to a restrictive covenant to use the land for a specified public purpose. So I'll be interested to hear whether we can make something work there. And just because we haven't used this category of fee waiver before, doesn't mean that this isn't the best possible time to start doing so.
Is there a motion?
Make the motion. Move approval of county administrator's signature on document 2025-1096, a grant agreement between Deschutes County and Craig and Lori Gales Living Trust.
I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion?
I just want to say to the Gales, honestly, their commitment to this project, we tried to get a special release from the governor a couple years ago about it, and here we are sitting how many years later. I really appreciate your vision, and you've stayed with it, and it's taken way too long, but thank you to you, and please and to Lori too, because
thank you to you. Thank you to you guys for just sticking with us, and the support we've had has been just phenomenal.
So
Great. Calling for the vote, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Adair,
yes.
and Chair will vote no. So at this time, next item is item number 14, so an agreement creating the land use restrictive covenant on the same property.
Just as a quick summary, what the restrictive covenant does is upon board approval, we would request that Craig and Lori sign And then if the land use is successful, it would be recorded and restrict the use of the property for 20 years to the intended purposes. Kim?
To clarify, it's not 20, it's till 2040.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry. Yeah.
Till 2040.
So it's like 15 years.
Yes, yeah, we had talked about 20 previously, so that's what was in my head. But thanks for the correction, Kim. It's the specified date, which is, I think it's December 31st, 2040.
That's correct.
Yes, it does say that in our document.
Motion.
I'll move approval of County Administrator's signature on document number 2025-1097, an agreement creating a land use restrictive covenant for the Gales property, which will go to, I want to put this in the record, December 31st, 2040.
Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Chair will vote no. But yeah, thank you very much for joining us today. Congratulations. And there you go.
Thank you, guys.
And staff will come back with the question the board asked about the fees and CDD for further discussion.
Thank you. You know, one other piece of that, of thinking about that fee waiver, I would like CDD staff to just do a little a retrospective for us. How many non-resource land rezone applications have been pursued in the last 3 to 5 years? And what does it cost us in terms of staff time, in board time, hearings officer time, when those applications pursued through that channel are challenged or contested? Because I think we're going to find that if this pathway streamlines that part, that $5,000 to $7,000 is actually a real bargain.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
At this time,
Greg, thank you again.
item number 15, this is going to be a public hearing, consideration of transferring jurisdiction of portions of Northwest Way, Helmholtz Avenue, and Pershaw Way to the city of Redmond.
Morning, morning, everyone. For the record, Cody Smith, County Engineer, Road Department. And let me get my presentation going here. Bear with me one sec. Okay, so this morning we are holding a public hearing regarding a jurisdictional transfer for portions of a few different county roads to the city of Redmond. Just quick agenda. I'm going to present some background information, provide road department's recommendation in this matter, then ask the board chair to open the public hearing, and then after testimony is given, if any testimony is given, ask the chair to close the hearing, and then for the board to take up consideration of order number 2025-059, which would complete these proceedings. So Oregon Revised Statute 373-270 provides the procedure for transferring jurisdiction over county roads within cities to those cities. The most common, at least the way we like to do it under the law, is initiated by a formal request from the city to the county. The county then holds a public hearing, such as the one we're having right now, and then it is concluded with the Board of Commissioners adopting an order surrendering jurisdiction of the subject road segments to the city. So the city of Redmond has annexed or is annexing territory within their UGB associated with several different developments. These have actually kind of trickled into us over the last year and a couple months. Rather than holding individual public hearings for each one of those, I've just kind of been collecting these through the year, so we could just kind of do this in one fell swoop here. This includes two different segments of Northwest Way up in the northwest corner of Redmond, a couple different portions of Southwest Helmholtz Way down in the southwest portion of the city, and then also a portion of Pershall Way up in the north part of the city. Quickly here, just looking at a map that shows where each of these different segments are. So this first map showing the segments of Northwest Way, two different segments here. This next map, there's actually three different segments of Southwest Helmholtz here that are all continuous, that are spread across two different requests that the city has made to us. And then lastly here, this small segment of Pershall Way up at the north side of the city limits. So the road department posted notice for this public hearing a few weeks ago. We have received no public comments in regards to this jurisdictional transfer. With that, road department would recommend the Board of County Commissioners to adopt order number 2025-059. With adoption of the order, the subject road segments would become City of Redmond streets effective at midnight tonight. So with that, request that the board chair would open the public hearing, and then after public testimony, if any has been given this morning, and subject to that testimony, I'm requesting that the board then close the public hearing and that the board take up consideration of the proposed order, which would complete the proceedings. So with that, first, happy to answer any questions.
So just confirmation, this was started by a request from the city of Redmond.
Yes, that is correct.
Making sure we're on that first bullet point of
Yeah.
different ways this happens. And then transferring jurisdiction is pavement maintenance, plowing, striping, signage, I mean, just the whole package.
Right of way, utility permitting, yes, everything.
And Cody, from a fiscal perspective, transferring 0.7, 3/4 of a mile of road, what does that save us?
So you kind of addressed that in my staff report. Very, very negligible cost or savings in our overall maintenance and operations. I mean, it's winter operations. It's effectively picking up the plow site in a slightly different location in some cases.
As we're driving through there with the plow anyway to get to the county road. Okay.
Correct. So. In terms of total life cycle cost, marginal fiscal savings here. In terms of annual, I'd say virtually none.
Thank you.
Any questions?
It's nice that you did consolidate everything, Cody, don't you think?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah,
Rather than doing
it seems like it's
5 times, yeah.
right. Instead of having a little teeny bit here and, it's less than a mile.
So I'll call to open the public hearing on an order transferring jurisdictions of portions of Northwest Way, Helmholtz Way, and Pershall Way to the city of Redmond. Is there anyone in the room to speak on this matter? Is there anyone remotely with the raised hand feature? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on this matter. So thank you for posting it appropriately. And there's been no other input to this point. So at this time, discussion, or is there a motion?
Well, it's great to see the city of Redmond growing and adding housing and taking on responsibility for these road segments. I'll move approval of order number 2025-059.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. I guess no other comments. Any other statements? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
Commissioner Dare.
Yes.
And Chair will vote yes.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 16, another public hearing, consideration of a resolution adopting supplemental budget for Deschutes County. And we're going to do a bunch of these now. This is number 1.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dan Kiefer, Budget and Financial Planning Analyst.
And Cam Sparks, Budget Manager. Yes, we do have a lot of beginning working capital adjustments today, and thanks to Dan for putting a lot of these together. And so I thought he might want to join and present one, so I'll just pass it off to Dan.
Checking your work here in a public meeting.
There are quite a few, but this first one does require a public hearing and impacts two funds, the PERS Reserve Fund. This fund, the board previously considered and approves establishing a new side account, which will help offset future PERS rates. The remaining funds or the remaining resources in that account will be transferred to the PERS Debt Service Fund to offset what departments paid this year in fiscal year 26. The second is an adjustment to the Fair and Expo Center. The Fair and Expo Center had considered hosting several significant sized self-produced events this year in 26. Now that we're halfway into the year, those events are not planned. And so this adjustment really just reduces their revenue and expense to reflect that. And with that, I'll turn it over to the board to conduct a public hearing and any questions that you do.
Any other questions or thoughts? No. So at this time, this is a public hearing and consideration of a resolution adopting supplemental budget for the fiscal year 26 Deschutes County budget. Is there anyone here to speak on this matter? Is there anyone remotely with the raised hand feature? So seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on this matter. Any other discussion?
Read the memo. All these changes make sense.
So how long have we known then that the fair was not going to be doing over $1 million worth of revenue for this? I mean, was it pretty obvious? I know that the fair board discussed it and they approved it, but I'm just wondering.
So I can speak to that a little bit. I was able to attend the last fair board meeting, and this was self-produced events. So this would have been, 6 months ago, putting something on the books that was coordinated out of the front office. And with the departure of the fair director, now the recruitment process, it's just an area that they didn't focus on. So it just like Dan mentioned, the income and expense, both parts of it just aren't going to be happening.
Yeah.
So it isn't something that didn't happen. It's just something that didn't get scheduled that they were trying to get on the books.
I mean, a little bit more I'll add on this particular topic. During the first round, or sorry, I guess they were the second round interviews for Fair and Expo director candidates, there was a fair director from Southwest Oregon who came and interviewed, and she shared with us that they had a disastrous experience with trying to do self-produced events. Someone like Jeff Hines, super capable, kind of really dialed into the music scene and all of that. He might have been able to pull that off, but I'm not sure whether someone besides Jeff could pull that off. And so I would caution us, based on that experience from, I think it was Jackson County, to be wary of trying to do self-produced events in the future.
Well, it's just, no income, no expense, no profit, but we're writing it off right now, halfway through the budget year.
Yeah.
And then
even under Mr. Hines, he had not really anticipated that those would, he didn't think they would break even, not really be extremely profitable this year.
They were trying. And then the
Well,
PERS.
Could have been set up like last January.
Yeah.
So if they weren't on the books, then yes.
So then the PERS, so I guess this is the moment we're saying goodbye to a PERS reserve that's been in place for many years too, just acknowledging that, and this is probably 30-year history. I don't know when they first started, just doing the internal charges and making sure that there was resources for future PERS expenses. But by being able to do that $5 million match with the 1.25 million, and then this is the remaining funds. But we've had a PERS reserve for many years, and hopefully we've dialed it in the best we can.
Yeah, and we will be bringing a resolution in June to officially close that fund.
Okay, so it's not the fund going away, but transferring.
Well, the good news is we did do a $13 million PERS advance, 2020? We had up to 20 million. We were told with the match. So it ended up being over 16 million. 3.25 million was the match. So, this, I guess, someday maybe they will listen to their advisors that they spend a couple million on where they should invest the PERS funding. Because it looks like there's still issues there.
I think we have a PERS board member here in the room too, so thank you very
Oh,
much for
good.
listening to our comments.
That, that earlier per side account investment has served us really well, and I expect this one to serve us well as well.
So we've completed a public hearing. Is there a motion?
Move approval of resolution number 2025-044, increasing some appropriation and decreasing others within the fiscal year 2026 Deschutes County budget. Do we not have to individually mention these?
You do not.
Okay.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Chair will vote yes. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Next item. Item 17, making sure I'm looking at the right one here. Public hearing consideration of resolution adopting supplemental budget and increasing or reducing fiscal year beginning working capital and appropriations.
So this is Resolution 2025-046, and it's a public hearing and a supplemental budget increasing or decreasing fiscal year 26 beginning working capital and appropriations. Just as a reminder, beginning working capital adjustments is something that we do every year. We sort of consider it a budget housekeeping item just to make sure that our resources, actual resources equal requirements. So departments develop their beginning working capital estimates about 4 to 5 months in advance of the fiscal year end. And so they're making estimates based on the information they have at the time. And so it's inevitable that there will be changes. And also the county tries to be as conservative as possible when estimating beginning working capital. So this resolution adjusts all county funds to reflect the actual beginning working capital and adjusts the appropriations to match that resource. So reducing beginning working capital and requirements ensures the fund does not have more appropriations greater than available resources, and increasing allows the fund to use available resources that were not expended in prior years. Under Oregon local budget law for supplemental budgets, a public hearing is required if the change in appropriations is greater than 10%. And so a public hearing is required for 4 funds: the Code Abatement Fund, Taylor Grazing Fund, Court Facilities Fund, and the Federal Forest Title III Fund. I wasn't going to go through every fund in detail unless there's specific questions, but overall this adjustment increases beginning working capital and appropriations by approximately $17.6 million countywide. I do want to point out, I will just point out one fund, that in the general fund, we're carving out $500,000 of that $2 million additional beginning working capital to put toward the county's emergency reserve fund so that we can continue to build up those reserves to that 15% of anticipated property tax revenues that's outlined in our financial policies. So there's currently $500,000 in reserves. So this allocation, if approved, would bring the total to $1 million. With that, I'll open it up to the board for questions or comments and to open the public hearing.
Any other comments or questions?
Oh, okay, so I have a question. The courthouse has an entry 463 for $2,768,244. So it's revising the budget down to 15 million.
Yeah, let me pull that.
87,754. I just thought that was a bit significant. And then the other one, the health benefit actually has an adjustment of 4.605.
Yes, and that's an upward adjustment.
Yeah, that is an upward. And I did want to acknowledge that now our benefit is up to what, 12 million?
12.5.
Yes.
101 or 12.5?
12.105.
Yes, 12.105.
So because we had actually gone down to, at one point in time, $1 million, where we used to have 18 million in that account. It's really, you can sleep at night a bit now that we're up at 12 million. So that's really excellent news. I was wondering about the courthouse.
The courthouse, I think, is just a function of expenditure timing and what they estimated they would spend by the end of the fiscal year. And they have 2 separate organizations within the Campus Improvement Fund. One is for the courthouse, one is for other projects. And so the organization that is for other projects, the beginning working capital came in $4.6 million higher. And then the courthouse came in $2.8 million lower. And so the combination of the two is the total adjustment. But it was again, timing of expenditures compared to when they thought those dollars would go out the door.
Thank you.
So last Friday, we had the audit committee and the annual consolidated annual financial report was published. But I know that that's kind of the reference point for that is the closing of the last year's fiscal. So that gives us these numbers to put in the final numbers for this effort. So
yes,
it's great to be able to get this all done before the end of the calendar year, even though it's the middle of the fiscal year. So this is a public hearing on the matter. I'll open the public hearing for adopting supplemental budget. Is there anyone in the room to speak on this matter? Is there anyone remote with a raised hand feature? So seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and then consideration of resolution number 2025-046. Any other discussion or a motion?
I'll move approval of resolution number 2025-046, increasing or reducing beginning working capital and appropriations within the FY 2026 Deschutes County budget.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
And Chair will vote yes. Thank you.
I do have a question. That's 17, a little over almost 18 million. What was our adjustment last year? I was just wondering.
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I can take a look.
I'm just curious. Was this a bigger adjustment, do you think?
I'm not sure. I know it was a large upward adjustment last year as well. I don't know the delta between the two, but I can take a look.
Okay. Yes. Going up to 217 million. The good news is we were going up.
Yeah.
Yes.
Better than
The
that
net
other
effect.
direction.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
So I'll acknowledge these are public hearings, and we are going to be convening as the 911 Service District and Sun River. Representatives from those districts are in the room, and I'm just pointing out that we're about 10 minutes out of schedule from the published public hearing times. Is it appropriate to proceed? Okay, thank you. Item number 18, public hearing, at this time, convening as the governing body for the 911 Deschutes County Service District. So item number 18 is public hearing and consideration of a resolution adopting supplemental budget.
Okay, so another beginning working capital resolution. This is resolution 2025-049 for the 911 Service District, and also requires a public hearing because the change in appropriations is greater than 10%. Beginning working capital came in approximately 2.2 million higher than budget. So this adjustment recognizes that additional beginning working capital, increases contingency by approximately 1.6 million, and reserves by approximately 661,000.
Any questions?
I'm just curious. How did we come out ahead by so much? Like, where was, what information did we not have back in February or March, whatever year that was, that we now have that puts us in a better position like this?
Yeah, I don't know the exact details on that, but I do know there was some timing differences on when we thought or 911 thought expenditures were going to occur and didn't, and will occur in fiscal year 27, and so now we have that beginning working capital to carry forward to spend in fiscal year 26. It didn't happen in fiscal year 25.
So it's not that we found $2 million. It's that the expenditures we thought might go out last fiscal year didn't.
Right.
Happened in July or August or something.
Yeah, and again, departments do try to budget very conservatively with their beginning working capital just to make sure that they don't end up coming in under, which then reduces the amount that they have in the following fiscal year.
Thank you.
So this is a public hearing on the matter, consideration of adopting a supplemental budget for Deschutes County 911. Is there anyone in the room to speak on this matter? Is there anyone online with a raised hand feature? So seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on this matter. And is there discussion or a motion?
I'll move approval of resolution number 2025-049, recognizing additional beginning working capital and increasing appropriations within the year 2026 Deschutes County 911 Service District budget.
Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And I will vote yes. Now we're going to spend some money. Next item is sales agreement with Russ Bassett Corporation for dispatch console replacements.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sarah Crosswhite, Deschutes County 911 Director.
Chris Perry, Deschutes County 911 Operations Manager.
We are here today to request approval of the contract for our new consoles for the dispatch floor. I think you guys were able to see the layout. We're doing a complete remodel of the floor. We have had our current consoles for
15.
15 and a half years.
I was guessing.
Yeah.
I didn't, it was, thank you, Sarah, for being so cost effective.
Yes, thank you. And so we ended up in our 710 budget when we came to you during the budget cycle, we had budgeted 700,000 for the replacement of the consoles, and this came in at 538,335 or
55.
And then we also have budgeted separately our monitors and our computers, as well as our flooring, cable, and electric, and we're working with facilities on that part of the project. Do you have any questions for us?
So this is kind of cabinets, desks, cubicles, mounts for monitors, maybe. I've just all kinds of stuff.
Yep, whole thing. It's all kind of wrapped in there. They will come in, they will tear out what we have. We are donating 4 of them to an agency. Jefferson County has requested those. And so we're going to be donating for them. And then the rest will be taken out by the console providers. They will take those and then replace with the new.
Yeah, okay. Well, and over the years that I've been in there, it does evolve over time, but this is kind of the foundational, just the tabletops, cabinets, and everything. So
Stops working and it gets really hard to replace when you.
yeah, they're parts. Yep.
We kind of, we're trying to fix it, make it work, and gets challenging. So this will be a nice change. And then the directional change, we're putting our supervisors in the center. So they'll be able to have a little bit better view of everyone based on the new layout. So, yeah.
Great.
We want the best possible working conditions for 911 staff, so.
Any other discussions or questions?
I just want to commend you again for using them for 15 years. Yes, that's that shows your leadership, your team's leadership. So thank you very much for it is taxpayer money that pays for things, and not just having something for 5 years and then getting rid of it and throwing it away. So, and thanks for recycling part of them.
Well, it sounds like the best pieces could be consolidated for Jefferson County also. So a good couple sets of consoles. Anything with a backup facility, or is this?
We actually got our, we won't be taking any of those there, but we are going to start training out of there in the next month because we'll be moving all of our people there in April during this console project. So.
Oh, okay. Yep. That's interesting. Yeah.
The full capacity during that time.
And then, but that's stable for its facility needs, or? Yeah. Okay. So this is just on the floor in a main center. Okay. Great.
So that means we'll be going up to Redmond for the celebration in April when we celebrate our 911 team.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
Yeah.
Telecom Week. Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll move approval of document number 2025-1128, a sales agreement with Russ Bassett Corp. for replacement of the 911 Service District dispatch consoles.
And I would like to add the price in the motion, actually, so it's into the permanent record. If you don't mind, it's $538,355.35.
So moved.
I'll second it.
Sure. That was accepted and seconded by Commissioner Dare. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And Chair will vote yes. Thank you so much. Yeah. At this time, we'll convene as the governing body of the Sun River Service District. This is a public hearing in consideration of resolution adopting supplemental budget. Get our partnership. Good to see you again. We saw each other yesterday at the annual joint meeting in the new facility.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mindy Holliday, Sun River Service District Administrator.
And Jim Pfister, Sun River Service District Managing Board Chair.
And Cam Sparks, Budget Manager.
And so we are here today for consideration of Resolution 2025-056, adopting a supplemental budget increase. As you can see in the packet, KNCC, we're getting ready to close out the fund for 717 for the construction. And so there was, I believe, roughly about $750,000 for the closeout, $750,000 for the closeout for KNCC.
Yes.
That we appropriated last fiscal year, but due to various reasons, it didn't come in, that expense didn't come in before the end of the fiscal year. And so that got moved into this fiscal year. So we're just asking to move some of those funds from last fiscal year to this fiscal year to pay that expense. And while at the same time of doing that, since it's been quite a few months since we did the budgeting process, we've come across a few other items that need to be taken care of, that we actually have the funding in that fund to use those reserve funds to appropriate to those expenses. So we thought we'd just do that at the same time.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I think you covered it, Mindy.
And we heard about this yesterday. So for ourselves, and the memo really explains the situation here. So at this time, this is a public hearing for the Sun River Service District adopting a supplemental budget in mid fiscal year. Is there anyone here to speak on this topic? Is there anyone remote with the raised hand feature? So seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on this. So this is a resolution. Any questions or motion?
It's great to see the public service building project wrapping up. It's great that you can move ahead on things that, on loose ends that you weren't sure you're going to be able to move ahead on this soon. So
It's nice to be able to take on some of the deferred
yeah.
funds available to do so.
And I just thought it was so commendable to think that this is the only public safety building in Oregon that has a relationship between the police and the fire, the only one. And yet you can see the collaboration yesterday, all the comments and everything. It just seems like we're really lucky to have this in, Sun River. So thank you.
Yes, Sun River is very fortunate to have a committed police and fire staff as well as administrative staff, and it's great to see the impromptu parties in the admin room and in the workout room to see that camaraderie that goes between the two of those. And again, we appreciate you as the governing board for considering all that we ask, and as well as helping us think through all the things that we need to do.
And you're fully out of the other owners association facilities?
Yes.
I'm sure they appreciate.
January, yes. They appreciate it back, and they have a very nice community development room now.
Yeah, so they got some elbow room over there a little bit. Good. Okay, so is there a motion?
Move approval of resolution number 2025-056, increasing and transferring appropriations within the Public Safety Building Fund within the fiscal year 2026 Sun River Service District budget.
Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Chair will vote yes. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you and Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry
Yes.
Christmas.
Job well done.
At this time, we'll reconvene as the governing body of Deschutes County. Item number 21, a public hearing regarding the proposed temporary conveyance of real property. A 1-acre cemetery.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Christy Bollinger, Deschutes County Property Management. We're here today to hold a public hearing regarding the proposed temporary conveyance of real property, commonly known as the Reese Cemetery, located outside of Lapine, to Deschutes Land Trust in order for them to complete property line adjustments associated with the cemetery, as well as adjacent property owned by the Deschutes Land Trust. Once that process is completed, it'll perfect the titles of the properties, and then they will turn around and convey the property back to Deschutes County.
I guess, I mean, my one thought is, how does this become a public hearing? And just could you help me with that?
Yeah, working with county council, Stephanie Marshall, not sure, I don't think she's
She
here.
was here,
today.
yeah.
Yeah, she directed to hold a public hearing.
Put it on the agenda and make sure it's a public hearing. Okay. So yeah, at this time, or any other thoughts or questions? And we had a work session on this too, I think, or.
No, I appreciate the land trust working with the county to basically clean up these property lines so that everybody can manage the right stuff.
So basically, it's fixing lines is the big picture. So at this time, this is a public hearing regarding proposed temporary conveyance of real property, commonly known as the Reese Cemetery, located at 17799 Paulina Lake Road in Lapine, to the Deschutes Land Trust, and further authorizing accepting said real property from the land trust. So we're going to do this twice, but we're authorizing both transactions is the proposal. So having an open public hearing, is there anyone here on this matter? Is there anyone online with the raised hand feature? Okay, well, we're letting the world have opportunities today. So at this time, we'll close the public hearing on this matter. And this isn't by order. Any discussion or motion?
If there's no further discussion, I can make a motion.
Sure.
Move approval of resolution number 2025-056, increasing and transferring. I'm sorry. I knew what we were talking about, but I had the wrong paper in front of me. Okay. Move approval of board order number 2025-058.
I'll second it.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
And Chair will vote yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, commissioners.
Item number 22, consideration of a resolution adopting supplemental budget for community justice. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. For the record, DV Holcomb, Community Justice.
Trevor Stevens, Community Justice.
And Cam Sparks, Budget Manager.
Yes, we are here this morning for conversation and consideration of 2025-053, adopting a supplemental budget for community justice. As you all know, over the past 5-6 months, we've been working hard in 4 different directions to manage budget constraints. One of those is reductions of FTE and prioritizing those FTE that can be most flexible, do a lot of different kinds of things. So this resolution just concretizes some of that work that we have been doing, and I'll turn it over to Trevor and or Cam to give you some of the details and answer your questions.
So to start off with this resolution, we are actually reducing our adult parole and probation budget, the materials and services, by $200,000. We also, during this effort, went through materials and services and kind of outlined specific expenditures that we could make reductions in to help offset some of those additional costs and the less revenue that we were receiving. So those reductions are coming more in services for clients directly on parole and probation and on supervision. So that was $200,000 that we'll be reducing for the adult parole and probation materials and services budget. And then for FTE, it is a total across both divisions of 11.10 FTE, which is representing about a 13% reduction. And I'm happy to go through those individuals FTE, but you have them on your list. So if you have specific questions, I'm definitely here to answer any of those.
I just think of it, this is the high level, outcome of the state legislative financial support, the contracts that we receive. There is some general fund support, but we just don't have the capacity to really pick this up. And we've got a lot of needs across the organization. And being able to dial the income and expense in for the next few fiscal years is really the important moment here. So this is a different reason than just the beginning working capital that we did on the last few items. Any other thoughts?
No, I think it's a tragedy. What are going to be the unintended consequences of having fewer people working within your department, honestly? You look at someone who has 3 murder cases in Deschutes County and they had a rap sheet that long. This was a couple years ago. And then you look at the person who did the stabbing over at the mission in Salem, and he came from Deschutes County, and he had a rap sheet like a long one. And I just think what will be the unintended consequences? And I know you guys have worked so hard on doing what you can with your team. And, when you only have $10, you can only spend $10, right? So I worry.
I mean, I think it is important to point out that these are reductions across both adult parole and probation and juvenile community justice. Adult parole and probation is, the impacts that we're feeling are absolutely the result of state budgetary decisions. But, juvenile justice is primarily funded out of the general fund. And I agree that we are not able to keep up with what it would take from the general fund to sustain these 6.6 positions. But it's incumbent on us to do what we can in the places that we can. I'm not suggesting that we allocate general fund dollars to adult parole and probation. On that front, I think we just need to keep fighting for adequate community corrections funding. But this kind of is spilling into a discussion we're going to have a little bit later. But when we are talking about limited growth scenarios for the county general fund, we are absolutely talking about these juvenile community justice positions. And I hope that we can carry that in our minds forward to that discussion.
Thank you.
And then just something additional for this resolution, we are also requesting, which is more on a positive note, we're requesting funds, we're requesting authorization to add an additional family functional therapist. And so that is actually through a grant through Oregon Department of Human Services. We've been receiving that grant, but they've actually said they have additional funds available. It'll be a limited duration position, but it will provide over 1.5 years of service for Deschutes County for family functional therapy or functional family therapy, which is a great benefit to our community. And so we are just requesting authorization to add that limited duration position as a part of this resolution as well.
Thank you. I do want to just commend DV and Trevor because they're not just being reactive to a financial constraint, they're being proactive and looking forward and making adjustments now to hopefully balance over the next 5 years.
I was just going to thanks, Cam. You took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say exactly the same thing, to really commend DV and the entire team for this really, really important work. Much of it is very difficult work. I'm glad that Trevor pointed out the positive piece included, but thank you for your great work in this area.
But if anybody listened to the local news this morning at 5 or 6 a.m., somebody was shot with some strange gun at a restaurant in Sisters. I mean, there was just like one crime story after another. And normally we get a lot of weather, but this morning I just noticed that there were a lot of crime stories. Yeah.
I agree. I noticed that as well, Commissioner. And I'll just say the cuts that we're discussing right now, we did undertake with a lot of methodical, thorough assessment, and we engaged a lot of folks to talk through what this might look like. Some of this is riding where we have been really successful, which is reductions that we are seeing in certain of our populations. Whether that actually means there's less crime, I can't say, and I wouldn't say that, and I don't think you could imply that. I think it means we're doing a really good job with what we have within our system. We're always trying to do better. There's always room for improvement. This cuts us pretty much to the bone, however, and I think anything else after this is really a significant change in what it is that we're able to provide the community. So I appreciate your support, and we will keep letting you know where there's room to advocate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So not being a public hearing, is there a motion?
I move approval of resolution number 2025-053, which decreases appropriations and FTE within the Juvenile Community Justice Fund and the Adult Parole and Probation Fund and adds one grant-funded limited duration position, family functioning therapy.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Chair will vote yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No, thank you for what you do, Dee Dee, Trevor.
Chair, Just before we move into the next agenda item, we are about 40 minutes ahead of schedule. Jeff, thank you for being here. I just wanted to check in with you to see, do you think that any afternoon items you'd like to see move up? I can coordinate with those staff, department heads, et cetera, now to plan accordingly or to keep the schedule as is. Certainly your call. Happy to help if.
So yeah, as to say, we do have broken our agenda into two pieces here, and we were just looking for an instead of, maybe slipping in at 1 or 2 o'clock with the big meeting, just breaking it into two. Estimate was to try to get to, before noon or about noon, and we're definitely an hour ahead of time.
40 minutes.
Yeah, any thoughts on?
I left my afternoon packet at my desk.
Yeah, okay, and so I mean, I have other items I can talk about for a few minutes, but
there are items such as
treasure and finance, if I want to do that.
But I believe that Bill Kuhn actually changed his schedule so that he could actually be here in the afternoon, because originally he wanted to be here in the morning, and then he saw the schedule. So maybe Robert can do his, but
yeah,
I need to get my packet.
And we can take a break.
Are you ready right now, Robert?
Oh, we don't have to go now. I just wanted to see if there's anything you want to move up after we get through the next two agenda items, because we do have them here. Oh, and we could flip health services items 23 and 24 if that's helpful. I do see.
Yeah, let's do that.
Our
to start
director
with, and we can take
here and. Thank you. We're moving
So
efficiently.
they're in the room, ready to go.
I'd like us to add Robert's finance report before lunch.
Door right now.
There they are. So at this time, item 24, consideration of resolution for unfilled time and FTE positions in the health.
Good morning, Holly Harris, Health Services Director.
Cheryl Smallman, Business Officer for Health Services.
Thank you for joining us.
15 minutes early. Thank you.
And Cam Sparks, Budget Manager.
Hey, so we are here today to request the board move approval of resolution 2025-052 to eliminate 10.35 unfilled full-time equivalent positions in the Health Services Department and reduce program appropriations in Fund 274. We actually have a presentation for you all today, if that's okay, just to give a little bit of context and what the health department is facing financially, and then as well as what we're doing about it. So we'll go ahead and jump into that now, if that's okay. Who's running that slide? Are you? Okay, perfect.
He's helping in the back now, so let him.
Oh, perfect.
And it's just a scrolling one. Okay.
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it. Okay, so as many of you know, we're facing a number of fiscal challenges on several fronts. I've talked to several of you about this, so a lot of this won't be news, but I just wanted to set the stage for some of our decision making. So from a state perspective, as you know, the state revenue forecast came in significantly less than expected. The second forecast came in better, but still there's a pretty significant gap, and so awaiting to hear what the next two forecasts tell us, with state agencies making 2.5% to 5% budget reduction scenarios. It appears right now that most state agencies will be able to absorb that, at least from the health perspective. But anything beyond that, I think we can fully expect to see trickle down into our department on a number of fronts. Again, a lot of unknowns there, but something we're paying very close attention to. From a federal level, I think for public health in particular, the cuts to CDC and SAMHSA could really greatly affect their budgets. They're pretty heavily federally dependent. There are also impacts that potentially could be coming to us just based on guidance coming from the federal government around housing programs, diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, harm reduction, a variety of things that are tied to funding that we have, and then also in conflict with state guidance. So sort of monitoring that, seeing where that all plays out, but that could impact our funding going forward, depending on where the state lands on some of that as well.
I thought we already cut out harm reduction.
We have. And so, but there's impacts to us cutting out harm reduction within our program. There's still providers in our community that need to provide some level of that service, naloxone distribution being one. And, you know, some of the more higher level harm reduction services. So if those are impacted, there, it just increases workload and, to the health department. Medicaid, as you know, there's lots of different threats around Medicaid right now. And first with our CCO, I think we've seen what's happening statewide around CCOs. Many of my colleagues across the state have seen about a 20 to 25% reduction in rates from their CCO proposals. CCOs have pulled out of some communities. I think locally, we don't know where things are going to fall yet. We've just begun negotiations with our CCO, so we'll see how that plays out. What we're hearing is that our region is faring better than most other regions, and so we definitely want to look at why that is and build upon that so that we don't do anything that's going to affect our performance. But I would be surprised, we would be an anomaly in the state if we don't sort of see some impact related to our CCO contracts.
They did leave Lane, Eugene, and Portland.
Yeah, they let
Stayed here.
Right. They're staying here. As far as we know, there's no intent for the CCO to pull out of Deschutes County, which is a great thing. We want to partner with them. They are also facing some pretty significant fiscal challenges. I think you saw where Pacific Source laid off about 300 staff from not necessarily just locally, but across their region.
I think 325 is what Dan Stevens had told me a while ago.
And so you're very aware of all this with through COHC, the challenges that the CCO is facing. So I would, you know, it would be surprising if that didn't impact us in some way through our negotiations. And that would be an impact that we would be facing in 2026 versus some of the federal impacts that would likely hit us further down the road in 27, 28. In addition to Medicaid, obviously the impacts from HR 1 related to Medicaid and eligibility requirements, work requirements, copays, things like that. Projections that we're hearing are ranging. I mean, the state is projecting anywhere from a 30 to 40% reduction in Medicaid enrollment for people currently on Medicaid. I've also heard anywhere from 10 to 20. So we got a 10 to 40% range we're sort of working with, which makes it really difficult to predict. But we're modeling out different scenarios just to sort of see what that would, how that would impact us. It would certainly impact us on a number of fronts, including CCBHC, as well as just our general revenue generation. Because, you know, the thing to remember about that is that there may be people who fall off Medicaid that are still very high needs that need our services still, and that as a safety net, we would still need to serve. They just would no longer be covered. So we wouldn't be generating the revenue to pay for those services. And then lastly, locally, I mean, you're hearing all of this. I think, you know, general fund, while headed in the right direction, still we have some constraints around that are understandable and that are not necessarily keeping up with the cost of our growth and our costs internally. So some local challenges around that as well, that we'll navigate. But all this to say is that the next 1, 2, 3 years most likely are going to be very tight for the health department. We are not looking at, you know, at growth of any kind, and really looking to try to strategize to hang on to as much of what we're doing as we can, knowing that we're going to need to tighten our belts and implement a number of strategies, which I'll talk about on the next.
Perhaps we could get rid of some of the administrative burden that you and I told Dr. Hathey the other day. No, honestly, what are, you know, that burden is, I can't imagine.
It's significant, and I'm glad you bring that up. And I think we're going to have to just shout from the rooftops around.
Yes,
we cannot, as a health department and as a state, continue to keep up with this level of administrative burden when we're facing these types of challenges and potential.
Well, I know it's been the message for several years to the OHA, and you know, I think I'll remind her again now that I have her cell phone number, right?
Please do, because while we've had work groups to work on reducing administrative burden, we've seen nothing but an increase in administrative burden. So we're going the wrong direction. It's not landing for some reason, and this is an area that we'll have to double down on. So
okay, well, I'll use your name when I send the message then.
That's fine.
Yeah, no, I mean, you keep saying the same message. They're not hearing us, and that burden costs money, and it takes people's time, and they can't actually do what they need to be doing. So they're filling out paperwork.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Holly, who are the legislators who, you know, have been champions of reducing administrative burden, you know, kind of like in bills in the past, who could back us up on this? I mean, we're the legislature is going to be looking at, cutting funding to everybody that this coming session. But, one thing that they could do to kind of soften the blow a little bit would be to help us reduce our costs as well. So, can you kind of identify for us, if not today, at some point, just who we should be talking to about that? And because I think that's a legislative ask that could land in this short session that's coming up, as opposed to asking for more money.
Well, I think that's a good strategy going, because the money's maybe not there. So some of these things of loosening up this administrative requirements, they've done it for the CCOs who were struggling. It was really interesting to us in the community mental health programs that the state was able to alleviate some administrative burden for CCOs pretty much overnight because of the financial strain they were under. And yet for us, we've been working on it for years and we haven't yet to actually see any reduction. So RepNos has been an advocate that has really helped push a lot of this forward for AOC MHP, Association of Oregon Community Mental Health Programs. There are others, and I'd be happy to get you some additional names.
Thank you. Could AOC MHP kind of, orchestrate or coordinate, advocacy efforts that we could be part of?
Absolutely, they have been and will continue to do so. And I think we're going to have some really concrete suggestions for them, not only in the community mental health program space, but in the intellectual and developmental disability space. They are, as I'll get into, taking some pretty big financial hits, and the amount of requirements for them as well. There's just going to have to be some relief. We have to have some relief.
Well, I sent the message. Maybe I'll send it every day to her. No, really. And because, I know Janice was saying the message. I've said it, yeah, they've got it. And IDG, I thought that their funding was a bit better. And yet we still are losing some people.
Thank you. So just to kind of talk about some strategies that we're doing, we're not just sort of like, oh, this is all going to be really bad and we'll wait and see what happens. We're planning, as you can imagine. We're doing a lot of thoughtful planning around this. Looking internally, we thankfully about a year and a half ago or so made a strategic decision to train up about 15 staff in quality improvement process work, so that they can really take a look at different pieces of our department programs and find out where we can look for efficiencies, do things better, improve workflows, really just in an effort to sort of, just be as efficient as possible in the work we're doing. In behavioral health, one of the strategies, and thankfully we did this before we even knew any of this, was consulting with a company called MTM Consulting, whose really main job it is to look under the hood really carefully and see how much are we generating the revenue we can generate? Are we, as our data systems up to par? What do our workflows look like? How can we do things in the most efficient way possible? So we're knee deep in that work now and should be wrapping up about the time a lot of this stuff is starting to hit. Environmental health and nurse home visiting are also just two programs that are currently underway with looking at process improvements to see where they can find efficiencies as well. As we're, as you can tell by the topic that we're here today for, we're looking at vacancies. We're looking at existing vacancies, and we're going to be taking a hard look at all future vacancies as well. Every position will be going through a pretty thorough vetting process to make sure that there's not some other way we can do the work, or is that the right position for the right program at the right time. We're also reviewing budgets for non-essential expenses. So looking big, small, some really small changes can add up over time. So we're, if we don't need to be spending the money there, then we're not doing it. And so that's the strategy we're taking right now. And then, of course, we're going to maximize our partnerships, working really closely with Mosaic, with COHC, just, internally with a variety of across public health and behavioral health, seeing where we have any duplication that we can shore up and really build upon each other's expertise. Cheryl's going to take it for the next one.
So to dive into the topic at hand here is what are we talking about more in depth is eliminating select vacancies. And that's the 10.35 full-time equivalent positions that you see before you. Why now? It's a strategic move specifically to align our revised budget, our current fiscal year 26 revised budget, to be more reflective of what our actual expenses will be, we believe, which can help minimize the indirect costs to our department so that it's reflective of more actuals. So to give you an example of what the financial impact would have been, it's about 1.5 million in the current year. The largest portion of that would be related to the positions themselves of close to 1.3 million, but then an additional 215,000 that we either wouldn't have received in indirect charges or wouldn't have had to find money to place into the contingency requirements related to those positions and indirect charges. So specifically, that's what we're
Kind of one observation, and Sheriff will be next with a few of these positions, and this is a great opportunity to reduce that. But it'll slide the cost across the organization. It'll come back in a little form. You can just kind of see that coming. But so then it's the culture of each department either kind of following that same scenario or not, because we like the healthcare and the IT and the legal and the HR and all the different things that we cover with these indirects. But making sure we kind of figure out. And this is for the budget officer to discuss too. But what's the right place to be? And I understand having those open positions with a little bit of overhead is just not a good thing.
Excuse me, we've made progress. She wants to meet with us.
Did you text her just now?
Yes, of
Good
course I
job.
did. Anyway, she said, please send me a note at her email address and we can set up a time to discuss this.
Excellent.
We have
Thank
got,
you.
really, I just,
Set up ASAP.
yes, okay. So Holly, progress.
Having a cell phone number helps.
I know.
Along the same lines on while we're talking about eliminating vacant positions, I lost my train of thought. Sorry.
Come back.
It'll come back.
Next slide, please. So what are those 10.35 FTE? Two of them are limited duration that would either be ending at the end of March or at the end of this fiscal year. So we're just ending those early. Those are in behavioral health. 4 are in the intellectual and developmental disabilities program. 3.35 are in public health. That's across 1, 2, 3, 4 positions. And 1 is in admin services. And we'll talk in more depth about each one of those.
So these are all open positions now.
Open positions that have been held vacant,
Yep.
and we do not intend to fill.
Yeah. I remembered what I wanted to ask. So, I mean, there's real value in not maintaining too many vacant positions, but there's also value in maintaining a couple if you really might want them or use them in the next year. And so, with all of these, I'll ask the sheriff's office the same question. With all of these changes, I mean, are you keeping some of the vacant positions that you really might want to use
Yes.
in the next year?
We are going through that process. We're like, these vacant FTE, we felt we were in a position to eliminate. There are a couple others within the department that we were like, that one would really, really be painful. And we really think, even just holding it for a little bit, get some vacancy savings, and then we can, see how things play out a little further and make some decisions kind of as things come to us. But yes, we have some vacant positions still. So this is not every vacant position.
So how many vacant positions are there now? Was it like 35 or something? I don't have my financials with me.
Roll can look that up.
Or it'll be in Robert's
In the-
report
yeah.
in a little bit.
Even if 5 minutes or something, right?
We'll look that up while we continue. I can actually move through the impacts if
Yeah.
that's helpful on these positions. So next slide, please. So I just want to say before we get into this that I don't think there's a program, a team within the health department that wouldn't say that they need more FTE. So there's always work to be done. There's always more our community wants from us. There is a high volume of work being done. So any reduction, even in vacant FTE, has an impact, and there will be an impact to the work that we're able to do.
39.83.
Yeah.
39. Okay, so not 35. Okay.
As of November report, so that may be
Right.
different today, but a little bit.
Yeah, many of those are probably in the process of being recruited for and, underway. So
But you're getting rid of a
we're getting rid of 10.35.
10.35.
Correct. So yes, like I said, there's an impact. So specifically for behavioral health, there are two positions within the adult intensive service area. One was the City of Bend navigator position that the City of Bend funded, but that we did not actually have future funding identified for. So it was a limited duration position that was really, really difficult to fill for a variety of reasons, including the lack of sustainable funding for it, that we are eliminating. And that was a collaborative process with the City of Bend. They were in agreement with that decision. So that was one that was limited duration, and we are ending. The other one is in our older adults service area, and so obviously older adults is already significantly underfunded and under-resourced across the state. There's a high need, but there really isn't sustainable funding for those positions, and so this was one that's been vacant, and we are choosing to eliminate. But there could be an impact. To just treating, additional capacity to treat houseless population is always something we're all looking for, but this will be a reduction in that. Four positions in the intellectual and developmental disabilities program, and that's, significant. Two of them are in IDD specialists. There's one admin support technician and one admin support specialist. So I think the key takeaway here is that this is an 8% staff reduction for them, while IDD enrollment is growing by 3%. So this is essentially putting enormous burden on the remaining staff. I heard it from them myself in the team meetings that I've attended so far in this new role. And we're going to have to really pay close attention to burnout and quality and ensuring that we're providing the care we need to.
I think we just added those in the last budget because they made a great justification, but now it's just resources aren't there.
Resources aren't there.
Yeah.
But their funding was actually a bit better than some fundings, so yeah.
They have the workload model, which is great in a lot of ways, but isn't in many ways. It doesn't help. The workload model doesn't allow for them to cover indirect costs. So when you're part of a county organization, Cheryl, correct me if I'm saying any of this wrong, but so there's always a gap in their model and so we're actually working with the state to see if we can strategize with them on a better way forward, because these cuts are pretty difficult.
Yeah, they have received an increase in funding, but the parameters around that funding have not stayed the same. So we're working with the state on options moving forward.
Yeah, we're going to need the state to partner with us on many of these strategies in order to be able to be successful to navigate all of this. And so we're having those conversations.
We just heard that in community justice, and we were hearing that from you, and we'll see if the sheriff comes up with that same theme. So.
No, but Holly, if she'll meet with us and we can actually show her streamlined ideas that people in the field, that it makes sense, maybe we can actually flip things around a bit.
Be great. I can get that ahead of time and run that. We'll have a discussion about it for sure. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I just think that you've got to get it in the field. Like, okay, what is it that I'm doing this is so ridiculous. I'm doing this and then I have to do this again and I do it, how government is. They just keep getting bigger and we've got to cut it back.
So the impact for reductions in public health, there's about 3.35 FTE in public health. One is in the healthy people and families. So this has been vacant, and the program has been able to keep up with the current caseload. However, that could change as the caseload increases with less FTE. We're also really taking a hard look at the Medicaid changes that could impact the revenue that this program is able to generate. So reducing this FTE made the most sense for us at this time, but we're keeping a close eye on that because it could potentially decrease access to nurse home visiting appointments, which could result in a wait list for referred moms and babies. Isn't happening yet, but something we're watching. We have a FTE as epidemiologist that's been vacant. Matthew Christensen, I believe, was in that position prior. Obviously, we have another epidemiologist, which is great, and she does amazing work. And so we continue to lean on her, but she has a full workload. So there will likely be a reduced capacity to respond to data requests, specifically in non-communicable disease epidata. Could end up putting more pressure on managers and other staff to analyze data and manage that workload. And lastly, there's an FTE and emergency preparedness through the MRC coordinator. So again, vacant position. As you know, our Medical Reserve Corps is pretty robust, and we relied on them heavily for lots of things over the years. And it could compromise our immediate response capabilities and long-term strength of the MRC infrastructure, not having a coordinator to oversee that work.
And
I do have a question. What's happening with the Mosaic Spot at our building at Kingwood?
Yes, so they just vacated, I believe, at the end of October.
Of October is
Yeah,
what
so
your memo.
it's vacant right now. We are, and Health Services is going to go through an overall space planning process that will include all of our buildings to ensure we're using all of our spaces the most efficient way possible. So we're kind of in the process of developing that plan, and we don't want to move people into that and then have a plan happen that says we should be using it a different way. So trying to be thoughtful about the use of all of our spaces.
Okay.
Yes, but it will get filled.
So that building is paid for, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, it's all paid for.
Yeah, it's paid for. So we'll use the space. We're just trying to figure out the best use of that space at this time.
Okay.
And the final FTE that we'll be eliminating is a senior quality analyst position. We haven't filled this. We had repurposed from another vacant position into this, and it was specifically to have a dedicated position for quality improvement, engagement, and other surveying. We have trialed, and it's been so far very successful to train this cohort of about 15 individuals, as Holly mentioned, of current staff to do a lot of the quality improvement work. So we're going to continue with that model and continue to see results through that. And then last, and a little bit of a digression from the eliminating vacant FTE, I did want to state that in this budget adjustment, we have a reduction of $2 million for what we had anticipated to be a building purchase this fiscal year. Specifically, we intended to look for space for the child comprehensive CYF.
Comprehensive care for youth and families.
Thank you. Building. So at this point in time, we are not going in that direction. We'll continue to look for space in the Bend area, and if supported, we'll come with a budget adjustment to the board. So you'll see that in the budget reduction, but also for a repayment for the Mosaic space upon departure. So those two.
And as part of our space planning process, we may determine that with some of the vacant people vacating some of our spaces, some shuffling around, that we may not need to, may not need space. So that's why we want to go through this thoughtful process, because we really need to evaluate what our space needs, especially as we face some of these challenges ahead. Next slide.
Okay.
Question.
Oh, that's it. Oh,
There it is.
Perfect.
yes. So what is the
Now
question?
Jolly, okay, asking a question. Not so long ago, we went through an exercise kind of like this around our reproductive health clinics. We said, well, there are partners in the community who can provide this service. We have, we receive a certain amount of revenue to provide this service, but it takes a certain amount of general fund to move it forward. And we decided to eliminate those clinics. We were able to reduce FTE. We were, at the time, we were feeling like, okay, partners are going to be able to, to cover these services for our community. I'm curious. So, since that's sort of an example of what we're doing, what we're talking about doing today, I'd be curious to hear about the success of that effort. I mean, that was a place where we were trying to, become more lean and mean, reduce services that someone else, another partner could provide in the community. But, with all the turmoil around federal funding and state funding, I'm curious whether those partners that we were relying on to be able to provide those services, whether they're going to be able to provide those services, or whether we just eliminated our program and now there's going to be a lot of people who don't have access to reproductive health services.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. For the record, Heather Keisner, Deschutes County Public Health Director. So as you know, we made that decision prior, right, to everything that's happening right now. And we're currently in the process of doing an assessment of our community to look at access issues and access needs. So we could definitely bring that back here as well. I would say that, we have a very strong federally qualified health center here in Mosaic, as well as Lapine Community Clinic, who continues to be partners with us on that. We do have a role within Public Health Department that looks at access to clinical services, which includes immunizations as well as reproductive health. And another reason we also decided to close the reproductive health clinic about a year ago, is because our numbers were way down as well. So, people weren't accessing it like they used to because of increased access in our community. That being said, with all the changes happening, that could shift, unfortunately. And the challenge being, is that something we could actually bring back? Because there is very limited funding at the state level for it. So all good questions, and we continue to really partner with our local agencies. We work closely with Volunteers in Medicine as well. And we're looking at that with a lot of our direct services. Are there other agencies? Are there other nonprofits and CBOs that could do some of this work if we're not able to? And as you know, as you said on our Public Health Advisory Board, we're also looking at kind of doing that matrix assessment and seeing what are our communities doing, what are our different clinics doing, what are other CBOs doing that may be duplicative within public health, and how do we partner more with, because we're all experiencing limited resources right now.
Yeah, and that has been a strategy with harm reduction, closure, working with community partners, see what pieces can be picked up. I think another example of it was with our Ryan White program, working with Eastern Oregon Center for Independent Living. So that will absolutely be part of our strategy to see if there are things that we can no longer do because of lack of funding, what partners in our community might be able to pick that up. How could we support them in picking that up and really working together? I mean, that's really one of our strengths here in Central Oregon, right? Working together to lift one another up and kind of navigate tough times together. So we'll definitely be doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate these strategies to maintain services that you've laid out, and I'm hopeful that they will deliver for us. But I did want to just kind of ask about that as it's almost like a case study or a pilot for some of these strategies to see whether it's working out for the community or not, because I'm hopeful, but there are a lot of headwinds that are really challenging the provision of health services in our community, and it's good to reflect on how these kinds of approaches have worked or haven't worked, because if they're not working, then we need to plan accordingly and figure out other strategies.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So this is a resolution eliminating that 10.35. Thank you very much for the big picture and the discussion that we've had here. Are there any other discussions? I would say that, legislative engagement, short session, just the whole big picture is going to be real important. And Deschutes County's in a kind of a strong spot to be able to be at the table on many levels, just document our needs and show the professional partnership that we offer.
And, just a broken record, what I said earlier, public health has significant dependence on the general fund. And as we're contemplating limited growth for the coming year, I want to recognize the ways that we are trying to tighten our belt and ask what we can do to help maintain the services that we are currently providing to our community that people depend on and expect from us.
And Chair, I'll just say, this time I can say it rather than Cam, but we'll share the same comments as to Holly. You and your team just deserve so much credit for making these tough decisions and continuing to serve the community, as Commissioner Chang just said. So thank you for your great work and to your team.
Well, and then these choices they're a way to stabilize the organization, so the people that are here providing the services don't have to look over their shoulders either. Because we're going to have a kind of a happy, healthy, generally stable environment, the best we can do right now. So that's what the byproduct of these efforts.
But I really have to bring up something that I brought up a couple years ago about the drug babies that are born at our hospital. And I've been told, it wasn't a public meeting, but I've been told that still happens. I'm wondering, what is public health doing messaging for pregnant women not to use drugs? I mean, to me, it's such a tragedy. Those children are impacted for the rest of their lives. Is there anything special that you can let me know today that we're actually still addressing the fact that women, if you're pregnant, please don't use drugs?
Our nurse home visiting program is so comprehensive, and I would say that program addresses a lot of different things for prenatal and postnatal, as well as we have an amazing perinatal care coordinators who are embedded within our OBGYN clinics and who work with new moms and pregnant moms who are going to, have babies and talk to them about and get resources in many different areas. So they really are that navigator for pregnant moms in our community. So I would say those two programs very much look at this issue and definitely respond.
Well, we have to get ahead of it because, yes. Yes, it was my grandson's first birthday yesterday, and I went to announce that he got a lamb to ride. No, they didn't give him a pony. They gave him a lamb. I mean, I thought it was kind of cute. Anyway, babies, nobody's defending them. And if their mother's using drugs and they're born with that, they're immediately taken from the family.
Yeah, and I would say, our nurse home visiting program and our PCC program, again, the challenges that we're facing when it comes to Medicaid reimbursement, when it comes to state funding, local funding, those are essential programs. When we talk about upstream prevention, you're right. It's like we got to get to the moms and the babies.
We have to get to them before the babies are born. Yeah, it's like, or it's a tragedy.
Prevention work is, often last on the list for funding. We've talked about this at the legislative level, getting the funding to do that upstream way before they even become pregnant,
right.
Do the messaging. That all requires funding, and that just keeps dwindling each year. And those programs.
That's really the critical factor, though, for this issue.
Yeah. Agreed.
Prevention.
Agreed.
So thank you for what you do.
Is there a motion?
Move approval of resolution 2025-052 to eliminate 10.35 unfilled full-time equivalent positions in the Health Services Department and adjust appropriations in Fund 270 and 274.
Seconded.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And Chair will vote yes. Great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for being so flexible. And Holly, yeah, we've got an amazing opportunity, Holly. We could actually help
End of the week.
fix this. Thank you.
Okay, item number 23, consideration of resolution reducing 11 positions with the sheriff's office. So that probably worked out well. You got to hear that whole discussion too. There you go.
Morning, Commissioners. Jeff Price, Business Manager for the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office. Probably doesn't need much of an introduction, but just get on the record, joined here today by Sheriff Ty Rupert and our Captain of Patrol Division, Captain Mike Sumberg. So we're here today to seek your approval for resolution number 2025-044, which is the reduction of 11 vacant FTE positions within the Sheriff's Office. I'll just throw out some quick statistics and then pass to the sheriffs for some opening remarks. But as of today, we carry 271 FTEs within the Sheriff's Office, and we sit at 237.5 filled positions. And historically, we've been within that range of 230 to 240. So there's historical data that we are, well beneath our full-time position allotment of 271. And with that, of course, comes a lot of indirect costs. And so going into our budget cycle, we're just looking for opportunities to streamline and reset. To Commissioner Chang's point earlier about, leaving a buffer, I think the sheriff will talk a little bit about that. We have a handful of different staffing scenarios. And even once you hit the upper bound, there still remains a buffer. So that's what we're here for today, and I'll pass to the sheriff.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the time. As Jeff was saying, we're here to talk to you about returning 11 FTEs. He said we have 271, which we do. Based on our statistics, the reports that we're looking at, the our forecast, everything, the most I could ever afford to fund would be 254 right now. And as you know, you heard from the health department, we're paying a certain dollar amount every year for vacancies that we'll never be able to afford to fill. So we want to look at giving those positions back. In the position of sheriff's office, we, as you can tell by the news in the last couple of weeks, the sheriff's office and our deputies have been responding to some major calls for service in our community. I have to, and we are moving forward with bringing more staff in for patrol and corrections. We have to be staffed appropriately in order to give some relief to some of the deputies. It's not uncommon for us to have days where we're operating patrol with 6 deputies for the entire county. And they're responding to calls that are absolutely exhausting them. And so as a sheriff, as you know, this is, I believe, not that I'm counting, but I think this is week 20 for me as being the sheriff. We've taken a really comprehensive look at where we can save money across the entire agency. Part of that is this discussion today. Another avenue that the sheriff's office that we've gone, we reached out to our vendors, and I'm super proud to report that some of our vendors locally also, not only abroad, but locally, we've asked if they would give us discounts if we pay them in net 10 terms instead of net 30 terms. And some of our local vendors are taking advantage of that. And I'm really proud of them and the fact that they are recognizing that it's helping us put more deputies on the road because, you know, we save a penny or a dollar. It's something that I can reappropriate somewhere else. So with that being said, my point is we're doing everything we can to save as much money so I can reallocate those positions. I'm not backfilling positions like the undersheriff position currently that was vacated. We have other positions that were vacated for other reasons. We're not backfilling some of those. My command staff and I have agreed that we're going to work harder because the priority has to be staffing the patrol deputies and the correction deputies in the jail so we can properly serve not only the correctional unit, but also the citizens. So that's part of wanting to give this back. Based on our math, it's about $6,600 per vacancy. So that brings us up just shy of $73,000 on giving these back that we can reallocate other places. Initially, when I started looking at this, I was going to ask for 16 positions that we were going to give back. As a command team, we sat down, we looked at that, and like Commissioner Chang said, I have to leave room for a little bit of overhire, or in case we all stumble across some money somewhere, that I have positions. So I feel that we've left ourselves a good balance in different FTs that are still going to remain vacant. There will be about 6 of those that'll give us an opportunity to add people if we need to. These positions that we're asking to return, these are currently vacant positions and they're not filled. And we would not be able to fill them given the funding that we currently have.
All right, thank you very much. As I say, having the deputies on the road is so valuable. 24 hours a day, responding what we need to do. And you mentioned, yeah, some of the high aggressive cases or whatever maybe happened. 3 vehicles lost the other. I don't know if they were lost, but at least bumped, and I don't know how bad they were, but that's cost.
It was 5 were hit.
Well, in one event I heard in the news, yeah.
I think we had total of 6 in less than 12 hours.
Yeah.
Because we had the kidnapping of the 9-year-old little girl the night before. And I want to say with this, our deputies did an incredible job in all of these calls. Nobody got hurt. They did an incredible job. And unfortunately, there is going to be damaged vehicles because it's just the cost of doing business. We don't intentionally damage them, but unfortunately, we're dealing with bad people.
Yeah.
The person in Terrebonne a couple weeks ago was wanted nationwide, and he was not a person that needed to be in our community. And our team, our SWAT team, and our deputies, some of our federal partners too, were on that, and they did an incredible job. But these folks can only be pushed for so much. The deputies are tired. And so we're trying as a command team to look everywhere we can to save money so we can reallocate that and put it towards what I consider our highest priority, which is proper staffing in the jail and proper staffing on patrol.
Thank you. Any other?
I'd be curious whether there's any kind of, I think that this exists, industry standards, kind of ratios of patrol deputies to population or corrections deputies to, to inmate population, what those standards are and where we're at in relation to those those optimal levels of staffing?
I don't, sir, I don't want to, it's a good question. I don't like using the word minimum staffing. There's a staffing that is necessary to functionally run the jail or patrol. You know, we're at that threshold all the time of barely making it. It doesn't take into account that if we have someone that's sick or injured, or they have a family emergency, or on the patrol side, they're out on court, they have to go to court, or they're, you know, we recently had a case in September that had our detectives and some of our patrol staff tied up for almost a month in trial. And so anytime we do that, if we're operating at a bare minimum and those people come out of their positions, then it takes us. So then that's where the other folks, and that's why I say I have incredible people, because they always step up to the need. And that's because they're proud to work and be part of our county. But it's, at some point, it takes a toll. And as you know, based on the budget, our overtime last year, I believe, was about $2.4 million. So the idea is we get somewhat proper staffing. Even the staffing that we're trying to get to will give us a little bit of relief, but it still doesn't take into account that if I have an officer involved shooting, or we have an incident where I have several deputies off at one time, we're still going to have to backfill those. We're just trying to get to a level that's going to, hopefully, it will reduce some of the overtime costs. So that'll pay for some of this. The money that we're trying to save with the FTEs, the money from vendor discounts, radios that we bought for the jail. We bought the single band radios instead of dual bands because we recognize that dual bands aren't necessary. Those radios are $1,200 a piece cheaper than a dual band. So we had some failing on patrol, so we pulled 25 of those radios out of the jail, replaced them with single band. By purchasing single band, we saved the taxpayers $30,000 by that decision. We took those dual bands that were in the jail and repurposed them on patrol, so we didn't have to buy new radios to try to extend the life. So we're just trying to get to a number to where ideally on patrol, we would like to look at a different schedule, a much healthier schedule. The 2 days and 2 nights is humanly the worst schedule the human body could ever be on. We brought in sleep doctors from St. Charles over the years, and they told us that. And so eventually we have to get to a point that we can go to a different schedule, which will help offer some relief to our deputies instead of doing the 2 days and 2 nights. Also, with that being said, that would drastically reduce the amount of overtime on patrol because we would have overlap. Our training days would be built into a regular day, regular work day, so it wouldn't be on overtime. So we're looking at everything right now of how we can possibly save money anywhere and everywhere, but we certainly will not cut our service to the community. We have an obligation to save or to protect our community, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to work harder to find that money somehow, and so we can get the people on patrol and in corrections to make sure that we're taking care of our people.
Yeah. No, and when I asked that question, you know, kind of like, is there an industry standard or, you know, a target that we're trying to get to in terms of ratios? It was with an eye towards, you know, how do we justify allocating more money from somewhere else for those purposes to get us closer to those optimal ratios of you know of staff to populations.
Yeah.
So,
and I'm sure there are industry standards. Captain Schultz would be the one, and I'll talk with him about that. That would be a better answer for us. You know, the standard is to make sure that we are safely operating our correctional facility. The last thing we ever want is to have something happen to one of our inmates. So we have to make sure that we're properly staffed there. And I've already talked to the jail staff. I've sat down with the command and the lieutenants, and I've explained to them, you know, we have, it's no different than our personal budget. We all have a personal budget, and the sheriff's office has to learn to live within its means. And as you know, from previous years, we took the money from District 1, we took the money from 2, and then we were living on what I call the credit card. And we can't live on the credit card. You know, and Jeff can speak more to this. I believe we rolled over 4.2 million last year. But with other things, as you know, that's going on right now that we're facing, we're going to take a hit like all other departments in the county. And so we're trying to take that into account also. With some of these that I know that are coming, it's going to reduce me being able to hire 3 or 4 deputies because of the cost. So that's why we're looking everywhere we can to make sure that we're meeting those standards. It's important that we meet those standards for liability reasons, so we don't have a lawsuit down the road.
So Jeff, I have a question. How many evidence technicians do you have now? Because you're getting rid of one. I'm just wondering, do you have a couple?
We have two, ma'am.
Two currently in
Evan.
employment? Okay, so then what about the public information officer? Is there one?
We-
There's one and you actually have two in your budget?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're getting rid of that extra one. Okay.
We have-
I mean, I appreciate your reaching out. You've had a lot of excellent press. And I think you weren't here when I said earlier this morning that the news was just like one crime story after another. And we see what you're dealing with. So,
Yeah, on the evidence technicians, we have two that work in evidence. And we also have our CHL, the person that handles CHL, she's also certified to work in evidence. And so she fills in as needed. So we have two with a backup. And then my assistant, Dina Tucker, used to be in evidence. We identified when she came up to be my assistant that we didn't feel there was enough work in evidence to justify three, so that we didn't backfill her position, given the fact that we have someone in CHL. So we're cross-training people also.
Great.
great, excellent.
There's about 30-something open positions right now, and this will be 11 less. So we'll give some room to be able to hire, get the best balance you can.
Yeah, this would take us down to 22 and a half vacancies. And then like, Sheriff mentioned with his hiring plans, still leaves buffer, even if we go with the upper bound of the hiring.
Mm-hmm. Well, if we ever saw a day where we had fully staffed FTE, that would be amazing, but.
We wouldn't know what to do with ourselves.
Yeah, I know. That would be
Well, we'd have a
amazing.
party and then,
There you
then
go.
somebody would leave, right?
Yeah, and then somebody be announcing their retirement,
Break
yeah.
for the moment.
That's why we're leaving six. Like I said, in case we come into some money somewhere, then we leave that buffer. And it's important. Like I said, originally I was going to get back 16, but that takes us right down. And what we found, over hiring practice now, we have a great relationship with our employees. And so they're notifying us, way ahead of time that they're going to retire. And so it's giving us, having those vacancies, it gives us an opportunity to hire early so we can get those folks up and running. So when those retirements happen, we don't have a dip in service. So we're leaving six positions over what we know that we can fund, just to have that ability.
Wonderful. So great discussion. So there's a resolution. Is there a motion?
Move approval of resolution number 2025-054, reducing 11 approved FTEs within the sheriff's office budget.
Second.
Any other discussion?
Can I just add one thing since I didn't talk about him? This Captain Sundberg oversees our patrol division, our SWAT division. I can't tell you the number of phone calls he's received over the last 2 weeks. So I just want to give a shout out. He's been a big part of this discussion as well as the rest of my command team. So I just want to thank my current command team. As you know, we went through some major changes 20 weeks ago, and I'm very proud of where we've come in that short amount of time. And it's because we're operating as a team and we're all involved in these discussions. So
Thank you.
And I just want to thank the sheriff, thank Jeff, thank the whole leadership team over at the sheriff's office. The rigorous financial planning, the identification of places where we can save money, it is really refreshing after the last few years. So thank you.
So calling for the vote. We're in the middle of a motion. Commissioner Dare.
Yes.
Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
And Chair will vote yes. Any other comments? Sorry.
that's it. Sorry, sir. I
No
interrupted.
doubt
you.
about it. Nick?
Sure. I just want to say, and whether you stay here or you're, this is
Other comments?
a bigger comment. I just want to say how proud I am of our county leadership. We've heard from two of our largest departments today, the Sheriff's Office and Health Services, but also Community Justice, about really difficult decisions to eliminate, based on my quick math here, 27.95 FTE, full-time equivalent positions. We did add one limited duration grant funded in Community Justice. And these are tough decisions. It certainly, as we've heard, it can place additional burdens on existing staff. It does cause us to be creative in how we continue to find strategies and solutions to best serve our community as efficiently as absolutely possible without noticeable impacts to them. And I appreciate Sheriff Rupert's talking about your team working through this. And as a county team, it's certainly the department heads, both elected officials and appointed department heads. It includes our human resources team. Goodness knows our finance and budget team, Cam, Robert, your whole team, you're involved in all of these and helping us all understand the impacts of these financial decisions. It also, it extends to our facilities and property management team, looking at current space and future space needs. So these are big decisions that ripple across the organization and across the county and the people that we serve. And I just, again, want to just reiterate how proud I am of our team for making a really, really good decisions that benefit the organization and the community.
Well, the interesting thing is this morning on the news, it said government had increased numbers in Deschutes County, but construction and recreation, the hotel industry had decreased. So by what our people are doing with our meeting this morning, it definitely sounds like we're becoming way more cost conscious. And I love that you asked for that net 10 discount. You've got to be really creative. And it's just like when Holly and I get done, if we can get more of that administrative burden off of our health department, we could actually help every county in the state with those kind of decisions. So thank you.
Thank you. That comes from private sector. Private sector, Jeff comes from that. I come from that. And it makes a difference.
Right.
And not being afraid to ask the vendor, but also I'm proud of them because they're supporting it. And by them supporting, especially locally, they're supporting our community as well. And so a big shout out to them.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank everyone there.
Thank you. Thank you. You too.
Can we take a
Yeah, let's leave
break?
stand up right here.
Well, I need to go upstairs and get my packet.
Okay, so we're gonna do monthly financial updates. Is that what we selected? And then, as I say, the other item that jumps out is proposed policy update would be
Yes,
an
and-
easy
and
one too.
He's available to.
So those two items are proposed before lunch.
Good. Okay, great. Thank you.
So our elected treasurer Kuhn joined us, and so we have the opportunity to do the two financial items together. So 29 and 30 before lunch today, and these are just updates and a little back and forth for ourselves. So item number 29, treasury report. We'll go with that now. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, as I say, Commissioner Dare thought you were
Well,
somewhere else, maybe. I don't know.
well, yeah.
Lord, I'm in the building.
Yep.
Well, the good news is, yeah, you weren't fired.
Yeah, changed my whole presentation now. Instead of afternoon, it's now good morning.
Good morning.
For the record, Bill Kuhn, Deschutes County Treasurer. As usual, thanks for allowing me to present the monthly, this will be the November Treasurer's Report. And as I usually lead off with, talk a little bit about a high-level overview of economic conditions that have taken place over the last several weeks. I would be remiss if I didn't lead off with, on December 10th, in what was a sharply divided meeting, the Fed determined to reduce the key Fed funds rate by 0.25%. The Fed voted 9-3 for this reduction on Wednesday, which is the first time in 6 years that we had 3 officials that actually cast dissenting votes. This reduction is aimed at protecting against a sharper than anticipated slowdown in hiring. With progress on inflation, I think officially stalled. Officials have indicated that they would need further evidence of a slowing job market, and these comments actually came out of the Fed meeting minutes. Before voting to reduce interest rates further. In the meeting minutes, the Fed took special note of the increase in unemployment, which actually is now up to 4.6%. And it also appears that the Fed Chair, Jerome Powell, greatly influenced the decision to lower rates this time. And that was noted in the minutes. There's 2 competing schools of thought here. Inflation-wary hawks sees a central bank cutting rates in an economy that is stronger than it appears and worry that lower rates may no longer have the impact of putting downward pressure on inflation. The contrasting argument is that employment-focused doves see little sign that lower rates are supporting the sluggish housing and labor markets. The combination of firm price pressures alongside a cooling labor market presents an unsavory trade-off for the Fed. And I've been talking about this for months. When officials confronted a similar situation during the so-called stagflation era of the 1970s, the central bank was unable to adequately tame inflation. And that's really the biggest challenge that they're faced with right now. And again, the central bank is navigating an economy that has been largely reshaped by sweeping policy initiatives, including more aggressive tariffs that have raised costs for manufacturers and small businesses. And also, we're continuing to see this, that the full effects on consumer prices remain unclear as companies continue to manage supply chains and pricing strategies.
Question.
Sure.
What were the stagflation years?
The 70s.
Stagflation is with high inflation and a struggling labor market. And that's exactly.
And what were
where
the
we are.
years? Yeah. What were the years that was kind of
It was mid-70s, mid to late 70s.
Interest rates, I think at that time were like 18%.
Yeah.
Because I remember I had money in an account that was, oh yeah, it was paying 18%. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, and then
It's
and
a
it
dire
got
situation.
gridlock
It doesn't give the Fed really any room to move, to kind of pull the levers to improve the overall economic situation. So not saying that they've defined the current situation as stagflation, but it has similarities to that right now. Going down to, talking a little bit about the 10-year U.S. Treasury yields for the month were actually at 4.2%, which is up about 5 basis points over the past month. This is also important as most long-term mortgage rates are priced based on this index. While short-term rates have been cut, rising long-term yields are more indicative of more inflation in the coming year. It's kind of where we are right now. Also, over the past several months, I've been tracking the Consumer Confidence Index, which is with the November rate slumping to an 88.7 rate, which is a drop of 6.8 points from October and the lowest level since April of 2025, which was at 94.6, and then also compared to 94.2 in September. So again, this is being driven by continued concerns regarding future job availability and also concerns over tariff impacts on pricing. So we continue to see that in the kind of consumer confidence. A lot of the polling that's going on out there right now, those are the two major concerns that people are most focused on. Data on recent housing starts is also being impacted by the ongoing government, the previously ongoing government shutdown. And we don't currently have any recent information available. So what we've seen is that the delay in reporting over the past, 45 days, which during the government shutdown, we're still kind of getting caught up on a lot of the data and reporting that was delayed during that period of time. At a regional level, I typically provide data on several markets within Deschutes County. The November Bend single-family residential market showed a median sales price that declined quite a bit to $698,000, which was down from $778,000 in October. With 122 sales for the month of November, 31 of these sales were above $1 million, and 25 of these were cash sales. It's interesting to note that days on market for sold properties remained extended at 56 days, which is up over double from where it was at the seasonal low point in July. So what's happening is the properties that are selling are being exposed to the market for a considerably longer period of time than they were previously. Also, the Bend area single-family residential home building permits declined to 26, which was down from 56 in October. The Redmond statistics saw a decline in median price of to $510,000 in November, which was down slightly from $515,000 in October. And the Redmond area permits increased to 18 for the month of November, which was up from 6 in October. And what I've seen over the last several months in the Redmond area is that prices have been relatively stable, really operating within a range of about 15 to that 510 to, I think the high was about 530,000 for the area median price. Looking at some other markets within Deschutes County, the Sisters Market reported a median sales price of $684,000 on 6 sales. Sun River had a $723,000 median sales price on 11 sales, and La Pines median was $383,000 on 8 sales. So, any comments on economic conditions? Hearing none,
Are those median prices in Sisters, Sun River, and La Pine up or down?
Most of them were actually down from the prior month. Yeah, and some of it is seasonally related. So typical market conditions, people are not exposing their properties in the market during the winter months, and part of it's driven by the economy and people's just kind of a fear of pulling the trigger on a large purchase without really kind of having good clarity into the economy going forward. So.
Actually, though, I was listening to home sales nationally, and they said a lot of smaller people are getting into buying houses as investments, instead of like BlackRock and those major people that have been buying so many houses. The percentage of houses bought by those groups is,
Small investors.
Right. Small investors are actually going into that market now.
Well, and some of that's driven by, some uncertainty in the stock market and looking at other ways to deploy available capital into what might be construed as being a more consistent, kind of a return on that investment. So,
I was
Anyway.
surprised though by the national number. I thought it was maybe up to the 20% or something. I thought it was a lot higher than I would have imagined.
Yeah, I didn't see that statistic, but I'm not surprised by it.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
don't quote me, look it up. But I was really shocked.
Things are changing, and yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, getting into the November Treasurers Report, touch on some highlights here. As of the end of the month, the portfolio balance stood at 386.5 million, which was an increase of 17 million from October and an increase of 12.9 million from last year at this time. This increase was principally due to timing of incoming tax receipts and tax turnover. So duly noted there. Net investment earnings were $1,379,000 for the month, which was $367,000 higher than last month's earnings, but only $70,000 higher than a year ago. And like I've indicated before, we are starting to see the impact of overall reductions in our portfolio balance longer term, and also a slight decline in the yield within the portfolio. All portfolio category balances are well within policy guidelines at month end. Talking a little bit about the rate environment, the LGIP rate dropped to 4.25% for the month of November, which was down from 4.5% previously. And then also our primary banking relationship with First Interstate Bank, they've lowered the investment rate on that account that we have with them. And it's now been lowered to 3.85%, which was effective November 3rd. And this is basically in tandem with what's happening with the Fed. So as the Fed reduces short-term rates, then the bank in particular is also lowering their investment rate as well. And going back and looking at the LGIP rate, again, I've forecasted over the last several months that we will continue to see declines in that rate. And that's simply driven by the majority of those investments in that kind of 90-day or less maturity. We're starting to see those yields dropping quite a bit there. As I mentioned, overall portfolio yields dropped to 4.1%, which was down from 4.18% for the prior month. And I did expect that. I felt several months ago we had kind of achieved our maximum yield in this current investment cycle, and we will start to see those yields go back down again. For the month of November, I made 56 million investments for the month, basically redeploying tax receipts as they came in. And I've pushed the maturity ladder out to beyond 3 years, which is now generating an average time to maturity of 1.12 years. And I think that's pretty much it. Any questions regarding the report?
Bill, at the high level, I basically want to ask, how are we set up? How is our portfolio set up for an economic slowdown? Because it seems pretty clear that we are going.
We have such a tight investment policy, which limits the amount of yield or risk that we can take on within the portfolio. Majority of our investments are actually in U.S. Treasuries and also in agency investments. We also have very limited exposure to callable investments, and I've been intentional about that over the last probably 6 to 9 months. We did have one bond that was called that actually came in today. It was a federal agency bond that was called, and it was basically just due to the higher coupon. And they had an opportunity to refinance at a lower rate. So I think we've got a really strong 3-year investment ladder. And we've been very diligent about ensuring that we have a certain level of redemptions that come in monthly. And also that we've done match funding to match our annual debt servicing that the county is required to make as well. So we've got funds that are actually dedicated towards covering those the debt servicing requirements that we have annually as well. So, and I'll be doing another round of investing on Friday, and I'll basically be filling in some tranches within that 3-year investment ladder, and probably trying to push out the maximum maturity as well. So I'm going to invest another 20 million on Friday.
Good to know. Thank you.
So any other questions?
You work in 20 million or $1 million increments. I work in $20 bill increments.
It's all relative to.
I know it's all relative. That's amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
I get $10 now because it feels better. If you get, you cash out, $100 and you get, 520s. No, I get 10s now. It feels better. So it's all
More of
relative.
them.
Yeah, I like it.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah. At this time, our finance report. So this is changing our schedule around a little bit. These are items from this afternoon. And we will do our 1 o'clock item at 1 o'clock. So we are going to take a lunch break. So just acknowledging, because I do see you in the room here. So, but yeah, our limitless solutions and energy discussion is going to be right at 1 o'clock. Robert, thanks for joining us.
Morning, Commissioners. For the record, Robert Tintel, Chief Financial Officer. I'll do my best to.
Oh, no rush. I mean,
work
now we'll
through
just
this,
finish it up. Yeah.
As well. Just a few overall comments before I begin. Obviously, we've heard a lot of topics today. Financial Nexus, you've heard from departments. So as Nick mentioned, some of our major departments as well. And they've reduced some of their FTE, and they've also looked at their projections. They changed their budgets today. We've had supplemental budgets. So there's a lot of financial transactions going on. One thing overall is a lot of the projections, when we start looking at the funds, there's not a lot of change in this monthly financial because a lot of those year-end projections have already taken into account the vacancy savings, the reduced FTE, the reduced M&S expenditures. So for a lot of these funds we heard from today, their year-to-date projections where they project to be at the end of the year, it's the same. So there's not a lot of change in some of the financial reports today because some of those items were already taken into consideration. What you will notice on next month's report is that the budget will be changed. And I'll point that out when we get there because today budgets were reduced. The ending fund balance or beginning working capital might have changed. So you'll see some changes in the budget numbers. And so if you change your budget number and then compare it to actuals, there will be a difference in that variance in that last column when we look at them. So there will be some differences we'll notice next month once all these decisions you made today are reflected in the financial reports. Yes.
Well, yeah, question for you. Did you have something else?
Oh, I have lots of some.
Yeah, okay. Well, so paying 10 days net for invoices, did the sheriff call and ask you first or just let you know that was the plan? But I mean, how do we implement it? Has it been able to be implemented?
That is handled through our APs, the natural processing within our accounts payable system. If there is a discount that's applied, it's entered at that lower rate, and then they're able to pay it. If they pay it within that 10 days, then they get the discount. Our system already takes care of discounts if you have the opportunity to enter that information when you enter it into the system.
But was it easy to implement? Instead of letting it slide out to maybe 30 days, he's saying, hey, we're going to commit to 10 days. So that was.
Well, if you're getting a discount, I mean, some companies will do that. And it's always better to ask.
Yeah.
And if they can spread that around, they can actually save themselves a lot of money.
Well, I'm just referring to, do you have the resources and is the system set up for that? Or is this a big ask?
It's not a big ask. The system is set up for it, but it does take time for processing. We are a large organization because a lot of times, and it's very common for vendors to say our terms are 2% net 10 or 2% net 30. 30 days, it's very easy to make payment, by that time. 10 days, it can be challenging because a lot of times a vendor will print their invoice, then they'll mail it, then it'll arrive at, say, the sheriff's office, and then someone has to open it, give it to the person. It has to be entered. It has to be, checked through workflow and it has to get approvals at the
then you get notified on day 11. Yeah.
Right. And before you know it, the 10 days is up. So you have to be mindful of the timing and the process and make approvals appropriately.
Yeah. And that would, for budgeted items, it's basically an approval process because there's nothing off nominal for that.
Correct. Because all invoices are approved at various levels depending on the dollar amount. Yep.
Thank
you. Another reminder that I have for today is when we look at these monthly financials, it's based on the 1 year look. And we're looking at how are we doing compared to this year's budget. A lot of the discussions we're going to be talking about this afternoon is forecast, is multi-year. So this is how are we doing compared to the budget that we budgeted for this current year. Finally, I guess, another comment is, as we talk about departments, I appreciate all the work that they've done too, because they do recognize every dollar you save today does carry forward into the new year. So whatever you can do today to save money, those are funding that's available for you for next year to continue working in. And it's also, I mean, that goes the other way. It's like and that's why we got to be careful when we add positions, because if you add them in 1 year, you may have the money this year, but you got to also look at the long-term effect going forward. So with that said, here in your packet on page 233, if you're there, again, this is through November 30th, 2025. A high-level general fund revenues and expenditures are in line with last year's actuals, so they're on target for this year. And again, the budget reports, the reports for today do not reflect any of the changes that the board approved here. In the dashboard, I do just want to point out a couple of items on here. On the budget to actuals, you'll see that green half circle there. Again, that, if you remember from last month, it was a quarter green. It's because of the tax revenues that came in. And then you can also see that in the bottom graph on the dashboard under monthly revenues, you'll see our comparison of last year actuals and this year actuals. It's really close. And again, that's that revenue. And we are in November, it's 41.7% of the year. So as we look at percentages, you can keep that in mind. On the next page is the FTE report. Obviously, there's page 234 in your packet, the position control summary. A lot of discussion today on reducing FTE. As a reminder, 11 FTE were reduced in the sheriff's office, 10.35 unfilled in health services, 4.5 in adult parole and probation, and 6.6 in juvenile community justice. So as the end result, right now you are current, if you look at the year to date, 10.21% unfilled. It will eventually change that percentage. It'll go down because we're not reflecting those as vacant positions.
Reduction of 29 FTE unfilled, that's going to knock our percent unfilled down several percentage.
Correct. And it will take a little bit of time because it is looking at each month's average.
Right.
And so December will end up showing the reduction.
I mean, the monthly number is going to drop dramatically.
Absolutely. That's what we would suspect. Next, page 235 is the overtime report. The sheriff did mention earlier today about the overtime that they spend in the sheriff's office. And that is where the majority of the overtime is budgeted. Out of the $3.6 million that are budgeted for overtime, the sheriff's makes up, his budget is 2.4 million of that. And so far this year, he's at 1.4 million through November, about 40% of the budget, and we are 41% through the year. So it is tracking in line if it's all straight lined out through the year. Otherwise, there aren't any concerns on this overtime report yet. I will go to page 240 in your packet, which is the general fund. And I also want to follow up on, as we talk about the general fund, which again, property taxes is the major revenue source within that fund. Yesterday at the joint meeting with the Sun River board, the question was asked about what is our collection rate. Sorry, left me there for a minute. What is our tax collection rate each year? And so I did look back at some history here to see what it was. And as mentioned yesterday, I didn't have the exact number, but as of June 30, 2025, it was 98.96%. And the average, I'd say, for the last 10 years has been 98.52. So that's the current year collection rate. But as mentioned there, that's the current year for each year, but we also collect prior years, because you can see in the revenue in the report, we always have property taxes current and then property taxes prior. So that does not include what we collect in prior years. If we go back to 2008, The collection rate from 2025 through 2008 was 97.98, so right about 98%. So a little lower than what our past 10-year trajectory has been. However, the lowest it's been was at 95.6% in 2008. So it was lower. So that trend between 2008, 2014 averaged 26.8%. So in the current year collections. So we have, in the last 10-year history, it has improved a lot compared to that 5-year trajectory back then. But again, eventually we collect those in and they come in as prior year property taxes and or through foreclosure process eventually.
But just to be conservative, as we build the budget for next year, we're still going to assume 96. Is that
correct? In which that includes 3% for the discount and then 1% for those who choose to pay later. Yep. All right. Just a little bit more about this year's. Again, so November brought in the, office very busy, and then again, the treasurer very busy on investments. We've collected 94.67 of the assessed property taxes this year. Last year, we were at 92.42%. So we've actually collected more of the total thus far this year. On average, we do collect 92% by November. And again, about 85% of people choose to pay the full amount to receive the 3% discount. So a lot of statistics throwing out there, but just it's consistent, typically consistent, and we have collected more at this point than we have percentage-wise in prior years. Otherwise, the overview for the general fund is on track. You will notice, I do want to point out under the actuals column, you will see other general revenues. It's 2.8 million there, 2.9 million, and that reflects the PILT payment that is posted into that. And we'll talk about that in some of the other funds. I'll highlight that more too. And of course, the big adjustment was the actuals for the property taxes, but the year-to-date projection remains the same. Next page, fund 030 for juvenile, page 241. Their projections are the same as last month, so there wasn't a lot of change there. But as we mentioned, they discussed earlier about reducing their programming expenses by about $382,000. So that's again where next year you'll see the budget will change in that column. But one other thing I just want to highlight about why did we have so many of these budget adjustments? What's that beginning working capital adjustment? So if you're looking at page 241 in your packet, juvenile 030, if you look at the first set of columns under actual from fiscal year 2025, you'll see the ending number at the very bottom is 2127478, their total fund balance. But if you look at the next column up a few, you can see they budgeted their beginning working capital at 1.7 million. So this is the true up. Now that we know how you finally ended the year with that 2025 amount at 2.1 million, and then yet you budgeted 1.7, now let's true up those two numbers. That's why there's that budget adjustment now that we finally have that final number. And that's the same for all funds. Next page, 242 in the packet, transient lodging tax, Fund 160 and 170. The change for this year or this month, I just want to point out, on the resources at the top, the line certificate of authority revenue. So we are now at 72,600 and we've collected so far this year. And again, that's that new fee we've collected. We did lower the projection from 400,000 to 300,000 for this year. And again, we'll continue to revise that number if we see this come in more or later. And again, that's just reflection of the timing of when people renew. A lot of it's in July. Oh, and as far as rates, year to date, we're at 5.2%. So lodging tax revenue is up 5.2% for last fiscal year, or 6.9% compared to budget. Just a recap of the months as we've gone through the year so far, July was up 11.3%. August was about flat at 0.3%. September, 4.4%. October, 7.9%. And November, up 9.4%. So it brings us year to date at 5.2%. So again, it's a good thing that it's coming in higher than we anticipated and even higher than last year's actuals. Again, as mentioned, even at Sun River yesterday, we need the snow, we need the tourists, and we need the visitors.
Yeah, it's winter season.
That's
Well, and they're not gonna be able to get here now because of all the
Oh.
trees that are down.
Oh,
So that's
Yeah, there's-
up to fly, have to fly in.
Page 244 in your packet, Justice Court Fund 220. Just want to point out that the budget projections, the budget and the year-end projections have changed, and that was for the court fines and fees revenue. That was increased, and this was the board approved this for the increased implementation of the red light cameras in Redmond, and that was by about $140,000 for the changes there.
So back a page to the ARPA fund.
Oh, yeah.
What's kind of the runway for that? As in, I know we've allocated it or kind of transferred internally for other expenses that are justified.
Right.
Will that go away at some fiscal year?
Well, we hope it will still be in here all this fiscal year. These are the remaining contracts for the projects that we have that
so
they
contract.
all funds have to be expended by December 31st, 2026. So it will bleed into, we've actually, I think there's a November deadline on one of them, a month sooner, but we have to spend all these funds out by.
But the
that.
contracts and that'll be
Everything.
transaction activity that'll go into next year and maybe even the year after.
Right. Everything's been allocated out,
Yeah.
contracted with, committed. And so now we're just on reporting and following. There's 3 projects that are remaining on this open.
Great, thank you.
2 for Mountain View, and I forget the other one off the top of my head right now. Sheriff's Office 245, again, they've already built in their projections for the changes, so their projections didn't actually change this month. But again, based on today's action, next month you'll see where their budgeted amounts will have changed. Page 246, just want to point out the OHP and Capital Reserves Fund 270. Actuals ending fund balance as of November was 39.6 million. They're projecting at the end of the year 38.6 million for that fund. Health services, they talked a lot today about the challenges that they have within the state and federal funding. A lot of their projections, they're pretty consistent from what they've reported the last couple months, so I won't highlight their funds there again, because and their footnotes did talk about Mosaic building as well. Excuse me. Page 251, community development. Their projections are slightly updated, the revenue and expense. Their net ending fund balance increased $47,000, so not a big change for their funds overall. The year-to-date permitting activity reflects a decrease across all permit categories, including building valuations. Permitting volumes through November continue to trend in alignment with the activity experienced in the 2014 to 2015 time period. And I think that's been a consistent message from them that we've been hearing as well. Road Fund 325, page 252. Under resources, the second line there on the revenue, it's the federal PILT payment. That's the one that I want to point out. And I pointed out last month that in the actuals column, it was 0, but now because of timing issue, we posted the PILT payment, and this was the final PILT payment that we've received until and unless it gets reauthorized there. And the total to the county was 3.9 million. Road Fund received 2.4 million, Natural Resources 424,000, and the General Fund received 1.1 million this year, which was higher than we typically receive for the General Fund.
Robert, historically, what time has PILT been reauthorized?
Historically, what?
Historically, what time of year has PILT been reauthorized?
Well-
I mean, it's not usually one year reauthorizations, it's blocks or?
I believe it is. I don't have that offhand, but this, as you know, they just reauthorized SRS, which was a great accomplishment. That was great that we got that. And we are sometimes those have gone, they're not tied together, but they're reauthorized. I don't think we have as much certainty with PILT being reauthorized at this point, but typically it would have been reauthorized by now. Page 253, adult parole and probation, 355. Their projections are similar to last month, but there was a $75,000 increase in the ending fund balance because of their projections for vacancy savings in their personnel costs. And again, today, their reductions reduces program expenses by 484,000 in their budget and by 4.5 FTE for the adult parole and probation program. So we'll see some changes next month in their budget. But again, their projections are already reflecting these vacancies and changes they've had. Page 254, road CIP funds, 465. They updated their capital outlay projections and so decreased by 1.4 million. That's under requirements under what their expenditure categories. It's just as they get closer or more through the year, they adjust how much they think they'll spend. So that increased their expenditure ending fund balance as well. And just a reminder that this capital outlay number, the projection is 16.5 million in the far right column. That line item is detailed on page 255. It's broken out by project. So the next page is just a detail of those projects. As we go to 256, solid waste, their projections are the same from last month. No changes to them. Fair and Expo, page 257 in your packet, Fund 615. The updated projections now show ending fund balance at 992,000 compared to 849,000 last month. And the most increase is from the revenue projections. We also talked about that earlier today. That was one of the budget adjustments where they reduced the revenue expectation and they also reduced the expenditures. And so that's reflected in the projections as well. The next pages, actually, a lot of these are all the same projections from last month, not a lot of changes. I will go to page 264, Health Benefits Fund. And this was, as mentioned earlier, the actual total fund balance where the fund now stands. We had budgeted, we'd be at 8.5 million for the year. To actual to date is 7.1 million. And our projection for the year ending will be 13.3 million. So it's good in a healthy position. I was just reading something the other day. A lot of private sector companies are experiencing double-digit increases for their projections for health insurances next year. We'll hear through, and we've heard a little bit through our budget forecasting. We are projecting a 0% increase in our health insurance rate next year, which is good because we've had a couple of years of high rates. So we're back at a healthy place.
I think one of the valuable references in not everybody's going to see this, but this is more of a real-time response. You know, when you have a third-party insurance, you're getting it 6 months or a year later with their rate adjustments, but this is public information, a public set of people that are covered in a health plan, and we're having to respond to it a lot more real-time.
Correct. And that's what we did 2 years in a row. We set an initial rate, but as we went through the year and then we realized our experience is higher than we want, then we increased the rates more than originally we had in budget for 2 years in a row. We're hopeful things stay a little more consistent.
Yeah.
And last one, 9/11, no change from last month in their projections. And so again, that's the report for financials for the month.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So at this time, we'll take a break for 1 o'clock. We'll be back for the rest of the items starting right at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, we are back from a lunch break. This is the Board of Commissioners of Deschutes County, December 17th, 2025. Our afternoon scheduled item, starting off item number 25, a presentation about potential solar project. And thanks, people, for joining us.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Christy Bollinger, Deschutes County Property Management, and I'll have our guests introduce themselves.
Hello, Commissioners. Joseph Mazzone from Limitless Solutions.
And Mark Green from North Renew Energy.
Great. Thank you for joining us. Yeah.
So just a quick recap of how we're here today. So earlier this year, Limitless Solutions and their partner, North Renewal, submitted a proposal to the county for a potential solar farm on county-owned property north of Bend and north of Fort Thompson Road. After having some meetings with commissioners and getting further direction, the commissioners requested that the entities meet with community development, which they had. They did it basically a pre-app meeting with them and just kind of learned about the nuances, the zoning overlays, things like that. And then also we did in property management, Emily Pyle did an extensive research on just references, and everything came out very good and very positive with that. So with that being said, I'm sorry, Commissioner Dare.
I just said bless you because somebody's
She was-
sneezing. And yes.
Okay.
I have cough drops, Kleenex, yes.
So with that being said, further direction from the commissioners was to have our guests come in and do a presentation collectively and allow to ask questions and whatnot. So with that, I'll go ahead and hand that over to Joseph and Mark.
Well, and thanks for joining us. So as I say, I was introduced to you guys a while ago. Mentioned it to my fellow commissioners. I think there was a follow-up call at one point. I mentioned, hey, I'm getting a call. So that we did a little bit of work meeting you individually, and now we're here at this point. So there's a little bit of history here, but yeah, now it's for us all to look at very publicly.
Perfect. And as we've met individually, a lot of this is going to be refresher, so we'll kind of go through it at a pace just to refresh everyone's minds and talk about it publicly. We'll do a quick introduction about our firms, go a little bit over the project overview, the different types of benefits that this project could bring, and then like proposed next steps. So really quickly, Limitless Solutions USA, we're actually a service-disabled veteran-owned small business here in Bend. Boots on the ground, do a lot of origination work and consulting work. Our whole entire focus is finding projects and helping facilitate and push them until a point of feasibility, and then partnering up with other established firms that have the ability to take those projects across the finish line and develop. And I'll pass it off to Mark.
Sure. I am Mark Green, and I'm the Development Director for North Renew Energy. North Renew is a U.S.-based renewable energy developer. We do wind, solar, storage, and a bit of gas now. We are focused on projects across the U.S. We have projects in Missouri, Colorado, Texas, New Mexico, Idaho, and 2 early-stage projects in Oregon at this time. We take projects from greenfield, brand new, nothing on the ground, all the way through the development process to just before construction starts, where we typically sell the projects to long-term owner-operators. For this project, we noted on the presentation that we have a long history, years-long history with PacifiCorp. We sold one of our Idaho projects, a large wind solar project, to them in 2023. And while we say we sell, we continue to work with them until it goes into construction. I work with them on a weekly basis. So we have a great relationship with the PacifiCorp folks, and that's North Renew.
Perfect. So very quick overview on the project, and we'll get into the actual initial design on everything. This is the Fort Thompson Lane property, just north of Bend. So initial look at it, looks like it holds potentially around 115 megawatt solar. So that's kind of what we're going to be using as assumptions when we're discussing the project and you're looking at all of the different sites. So moving through to the next one. This is purely for like visualization on what the project could end up looking like. Obviously, one of the big things we want to emphasize here is this is not by any means a final design. This is more just us discussing about the feasibility of a project here. Obviously, we know now that on the east side, there's a TSSA area as well as open space and conservation. But the idea is that there is a rare opportunity here for the county, especially during a nice 30, 40-year period before the UGB potentially grows out to this area, where the county actually owns property right next to a transmission line and has the appropriate space for a project that might be able to provide a lot of benefits. And since there's just so many overlaps of opportunity, there might actually be a very feasible project here to allow for some county benefits while it's being temporarily held there until UGB expands. And we had done, of course, before even approaching here, we wanted to look at desktop analysis. We wanted to see if there's any feasibility at the sites. And right now it's all just class 6, 7 soils, not irrigated at all. It's not really much benefit for farming in that sense. We had a pre-application meeting with Deschutes County Community Development with their senior planning team. There's no initial red flags, so it looks like there is a path forward to an actual CUP hearing. So we wanted to do all of this pre-app stuff ahead of time and showing, okay, there is the potential and feasibility of a project here. And that's why we want to approach y'all and talk about it. So I will pass it over to Mark and he'll kind of explain how a development process would actually go through.
Sure. Typically, we start the process with the land acquisition, land control program, where we started these discussions with the county in fourth quarter 2025. Goal would be to come to terms with a long-term lease with the anchor tenant, which would be the county. We'd then also work with the adjacent landowners to see and make sure we had enough property to interconnect the facility and situate it well within that specific area. We would expect to be able to wrap that up in first quarter 2026. Once we have that the site under control, we can then do a bit more detailed work. One of the things, we do a detailed survey that includes a LiDAR where we'll get a very detailed topo. And that allows us to then refine the actual project, the preliminary layout, size the project, setbacks, access, and things like that are better refined and determined there. We then go into, with that, we know kind of how big the project could be. We then go into an interconnection process with PacifiCorp. They have a cluster study window that opens up every year in March, extends into May. We would enter that. That process is typically an 18-month process. It usually extends to about 24 months. During that process, we try to make sure we have everything else done, because at the end of that is when you're really trying to wrap it up and get closer to moving into construction. Many of these things happen simultaneously. So the next major piece that we look at is the agency and community outreach. It's kind of like a scoping initiative. As North Renew, we like to do this before we even do our environmental assessments. Let's find out what the sensitive issues are. We've all read the ordinance. We know what we have to do to obtain the permit, but let's talk to the community. Let's talk to the agencies so that we can find out if there's anything specific to the area that we should study while we're doing that. We also find out how different county, different state agencies like to receive materials. It just helps us lay out the program. With regard to the public, typically we like to do a town hall type meeting where we'll lay out presentation materials, have the community come in, definitely invite the immediate neighbors, and then put a public announcement out, get input in, identify issues that way. We then would go out, do the assessments, and like to have a second public meeting where we can then show, based on the issues that were identified, based on the data that actually came in, this is how we propose to design, adjust, minimize, avoid, mitigate any types of perceived or potential issues that are out there. With that information, that's part of the permitting process, but then we give ourselves another year or so to complete the actual physical, whether it's the CUP, the state level permits and things like that. We typically avoid any federal type of permits, whether it's wetlands and things like that. It's just easier to set back or avoid those type of areas than it is to spend a significant amount of time going through those federal programs. After that, and when we have those approvals in place, then we do the detailed engineering and kind of move the project to final design. The power sales program, whether it's through to commercial and industrials or directly to PacifiCorp, that's usually the last piece of the process. Goal would be to try to have this wrapped up by 2028 and starting to head toward construction 2029.
So moving on to some of the project benefits. First is obviously energy generation. Commissioner Adair, I know you wanted us to get up.
I know it, and I see that it still says 2021.
Yeah,
No, you
we
couldn't
had
get,
reached out to the office. We hadn't heard any response yet from them. So we still want to get updated information for that as well.
Okay.
So we're going to just be using the 2021 numbers until we get updated info. But as of 2021, obviously, as Central Oregon continues to grow, energy demand is going to continue to grow. So a project of this size would be the equivalent, just for a frame of reference, of our offsetting around 25% of the city of Bend's entire energy usage. And that alone would be close to half of the community-wide fossil fuel use reduction goals that the city actually has. The idea is, as the city continues to grow, as Central Oregon continues to grow, having a project right here in between the two largest load centers helps support that growth. And obviously, that's obvious electrons. Moving on to actual project benefits, part of the benefits of how this can actually help the community is the fact that not only are you getting land lease payments, but you're getting payment in lieu of taxes. So the county actually gets double stacked benefits in this regard, where you're getting lease payments and then you're getting payment in lieu of taxes. The Mark can better explain also on how land lease works.
Typically, we North Renew enters into a structure where we have a guaranteed payment component of the pricing in the lease, and then a percentage of the revenues. There's a sharing of that, and the payment is the greater of those two. The way it works is the guaranteed payment makes sure that in worst case scenario, lightning hits, storm hits, damages panels, you're still getting a fixed payment. But also with the sharing of the royalties, should there be a very sunny year or should the new power purchase agreement increase significantly, then the county and landowner would have the opportunity to take advantage of the upside of the project as well. So you're protected on the bottom and have an opportunity to participate on the upside.
So just for clarity, so the pilot program is that program offered in the state of Oregon for solar? Is that what we're referring to?
Yes. Payment in lieu of tax pilot.
Yeah. But yeah, so you're just assuming we're going down this path. I mean, that's already part of your projections is that pilot program.
Yeah. We're using that so we can have just a simple number that would have been easily able to put up as well. But that also allows us the opportunity to better look at like community benefits on what we could potentially throw that towards, because obviously you'll have the ability to control funds, but as Mark says, with multiple projects, it's nice to see the actual where the money is going and benefiting the community.
Sure. Yes. It's not just a economic exchange. It can seem that way on a dollar basis, but those dollars convert to things that advance and further the commissioner's objectives and goals, whether it be affordable housing or safety, community safety, fire, EMS, technology advancements, things like that. Because these products typically don't consume a lot of public resources, fire, police, water, sewer, these are pretty standalone independent projects. Those revenues that we pay toward the lease and or the payment in lieu of taxes are usually pretty unconsumed by the activity of the project. So they're usually pretty available for the county to do with as they feel most appropriate.
And obviously put on the slide, just as a frame of reference, if just the pilot funds were funneled into, let's say, Central Oregon Community College, that alone would boost scholarships by 25% and as another form of EDCO, although that's obviously whatever the commissioner initiatives are best for.
If I could also just mention, so a few months back, we were renewing the renewable energy development, the rural renewable energy development zone for Deschutes County, and that kicked off a whole discussion about the different ways that a local government, a county, could receive benefits from a renewable energy project. Pilot was one of those discussed, and I assume that it's in here for illustrative purposes, but that's not you're not telling us that you would only do the project with us through Pilot, through Pilot, as opposed to some other some other kind of in lieu of taxes agreement that we might choose or we might negotiate.
That's correct.
Correct. And like, even in the terms of the lease payment that we put in, those are terms that we've kind of, North Renew has thousands of acres under lease, under that number, but we just use that. We haven't started a process, but to give you an idea of the type of economic impact a project could have, those were two kind of reference points that we know are out there and valid for projects of this type, of this size.
Yeah. Thank you.
Obviously, one of the considerations that's been addressed is a project on Highway 97. We're all familiar with the one that currently exists and how the visual impact, not everyone in the community might consider favorable. We've looked at this site and considered it very different because that site you're looking down, so no amount of privacy screen is going to prevent you from seeing that. What we want for this site is the fact that that conservation area, you have enough of a setback with the natural fauna of the juniper trees there. It's going to be much harder to have any kind of visual impact. And that's kind of our focus with this project, is just we want something that'll be a perfect 30, 40-year placeholder while the UGB continues to grow, provide community benefits for the area. But then once 40 years up and UGB county has the full ability to, do we want to continue a project in this spot or do we want to use it for something else now that the UGB is there? So we just want something that's there providing benefits without much of a impact at all towards visuals.
And I think I would like to bring it up because it's, in the discussions that we've had, and we're the outsider coming into the community, it's an example of identifying what one issue, for example, is, and then looking at ways of how you can manage, mitigate, avoid that type of impact. So to understand that it's a sensitive issue, visual impact, and then there's ways we can adjust that. We can incorporate a view shed review in the permitting program. We can do a photo simulation to give folks a good idea of what the real impact would look like beforehand. But those are the types of things that we feel by approaching it the way we've kind of laid out, you identify those, and then when you get to an actual CUP process, you're dealing with true proposed solutions as opposed to conceptual issues.
We may have some neighbors that want to have that discussion too in their backyard. And you probably dealt with that before.
No, and it's the one thing we can say is I can guarantee there will never be a project that has 100% support. But there's ways that we can engage and find issues and find ways of reaching mutually agreeable terms, but also sometimes it's the decision on what's the best for the community. We'll do our best to engage with immediate neighbors and see what we can come up with to address their concerns, which may be visual, maybe access, maybe security, don't know. But that happens as part of that process.
Thank you.
Can I also ask, so there are definitely, it's a very long property. I mean, when you look at the full 500 plus acres of it, there are definitely places where the land rises away from US 97, and then there's other places where it's more level. And I think there may even be some spots when it's where you are looking down, kind of like the very small solar installation that you referenced. So, do you have are are you being mindful that there's, you know, it varies how much the land to the west of the highway is up or down from where the highway is, and thinking about different ways to mitigate the visual impact in those different settings?
Yes, which might include is doing an easement, might include privacy screen and mark, obviously.
No, that's exactly, instead of trying to, as Joseph mentions, there are options out there, but as opposed to trying to theoretically, you know, solve the issue, we actually can do a view shed analysis where we take a few particular key points from which you're going to look and do a visual, a photo simulation. And so you'd say, we can actually, you'd say how high the panels are, how high are they when they're tipped? They'd be on a single axis tracker. And at that height, they take pictures and then say, simulate, will you be able to see it? These trees are year round. So sometimes we do these in, whether it's a winter, you know, leaf on, leaf off type of analysis, but that way you'll actually get a good estimate of what's out there. And in those scenarios, you know, would a screen work? We have to fence the facility by law. So there's a fence no matter what. But as Joseph is mentioning, do you have a natural setback for conservation area? Do you have an extended setback for view shed impact? Those are all things that come out in that CUP process, because usually what you do is you have a draft and people are going to give us a feedback and say, you know, I think you're going to have a problem. And so we might need to refine some things based on the results, which is, so I want to make it clear. It's not we do environmental assessments and then present them and just keep moving. We do these assessments, refine the design to address what we see if needed, and then kind of keep moving on. But again, there's never a solution. Maybe we end up with no visual impact from the highway, but there's always going to be some impact from the project.
And you can, this view shed analysis, you can do this from all sides of the property, not just the highway?
Typically we do them we'll work with the county to identify key spots where the public has access, because the concept is to minimize the impact to the county. Now, again, of course, your immediate neighbors, that's a separate discussion. If the main concern there is visual, do we put a visual screen on our property? Do we offer, you know, planting on their property? Are there ways to do it? I don't know yet. If the topography means that technically there's rock outcroppings, lava rock outcroppings, so that we'll have a natural setback, it might not even be an issue when you get to the actual physical design of the facility. Is the issue security? We don't know what the issue will be with the immediate neighbor, but managing the relationship with the neighbor is definitely a priority. And we want to make sure that it's done based on the actual project design and the actual project, not the concept of the project, not the fear of the project or the worry. We want to have that opportunity to engage with the neighbor, hear what their issues are, see what we can do. And again, see what we can do. It's not magic. There's sometimes, you know, we're going to be a neighbor and there's a construction period and there might be a visual impact for years if you're planting something, but you know, that's the process. And then we end up with a conditional use permit hearing, and the goal is to decide if this is something that's best for the overall community, as opposed to for, you know, the immediate adjacent neighbors, if we can't come to a somewhat of a solution.
Just picking back on what Mark's saying, that's the whole entire point of why we approached y'all. This isn't us saying, here's a final design or anything. There's a lot of opportunity here. We would like to be able to enter some level of due diligence, look at the feasibility of it, build a design, get public feedback, and have something that then can be presented at a CUP hearing. So that way, that's where the actual design is. This is what we're putting forward is more along the lines to be able to enter some level of land lease negotiations for some site exclusivity. So that way, all that due diligence can occur, because the project at a 30,000-foot overview would be a perfect opportunity right next to a transmission line and a perfect 30, 40-year hold for that property as the UGB continues to grow. and without much visual impact at all as we take our necessary steps of mitigating that and any other issues the public might have.
Questions?
So, yeah, thank you very much. This is a good conversation going back and forth. Do you have any thoughts or questions?
Yeah, I do. Actually saying that property on the east side of 97, because it's lower, is always a problem. But if those trees would have been planted and watered, they definitely could have got some height on them. And I believe that's gone through a couple different owners. So that is a clear daily reminder when I drive on Highway 97, what a nightmare that is. And then over on the way to Prineville now, they have not buffered it. They're putting in Crook County, I will add, panels all over the place, and they have thought of no screening. So I believe our community is going to really see that to the detriment of perhaps the program. And when I was meeting with you, I said Lake County clearly has incredible demands down there that the power companies are not going to be able to reach till 35, 37, something like that. Did you actually connect with them? Because that's who really desperately is in need of this.
We went down last week and chatted with Commissioner, I think, James Williams. And
Okay, James Williams?
we started out with a 4-hour conversation and then broke for lunch and then later on into a 3-hour conversation as well. So he's a very incredible guy. And he definitely pointed out all of the different issues. So that's something we're actively looking at right
Okay.
now as well.
Because you're talking about doing what, a third of Ben's power outlet for these 500 acres. But honestly, as far as, our state goes, they're the ones that are incredibly in need of power. And I'm glad to hear that you got there. Yeah, I would be disappointed if you hadn't, because I don't know. I just look at that solar operation that we look at that went in, I think, 16 or 17, something like that. And those trees could have gotten some height if somebody would have watered them, but no, it's been left to the side, even though there was a restriction on it to have them growing for the buffer. There's no buffer.
I live in Prineville, so I drive past that new
You do.
installation every single day. So
And I can add, I mentioned it in some of the conversations we had, that there's ways to manage those types of things where, for example, I've had projects where you have a bond in place, your planting, I'm forgetting the proper term now, but your landscape architectural bond is in place, and typically plants die. So you might have a bond that says you have to continue, that bond stays in place until you reach 75% of the plants survive for X number of years, and then you can release the bond. So there are ways to actually make sure that people don't, that situation doesn't happen, let's just say.
Understood.
And the reason I know that is because I was the one arguing for, no, we planted the trees. Why can't I leave? And they were explaining this exact situation.
Well, that's what happens.
We've got the
trees
example.
watered, grow, and it's we're told to have a view, the view of our county, and it's like that definitely got ignored there. So thanks for going to Lake County, Joseph.
Well, I'm supportive of taking this a little farther. So now is the time for us to talk about where do we want to go with this.
Well, I still have a few questions.
Oh, yeah, please. I was just letting you know my thought a little bit.
So I can imagine from the neighboring residences that there will be a lot of requests for setback screening, things like that. I'm curious at what point you have lost so many acres that your project isn't viable anymore, or it's not economically attractive anymore. Because I could imagine a lot of requests for buffering and setbacks. So I mean, is there, with the size that you've imagined? I mean, we've already set aside the acres that are on the east side of the highway, but with the project that you're envisioning, I mean, close to that threshold where, you know, oh, we can't really drop too many more acres before it becomes, you know, an economically inefficient project? Or is there a reasonable cushion there where, you know, a project even like 100 acres smaller is still a good project to do?
There's no set threshold for economic viability. This product is in good shape because you're not looking at a long route to an interconnection point, which costs dollars in terms of that interconnection line. So it's relatively well situated now. I do see lava rock outcropping, so I know there's going to be some natural, you know, you're going to balance off, do we want to do civil work or do you want to just avoid that? And depending on how much that impacts, you're not going to use 529 acres. We know that for sure. But if it's not 115, you know, megawatt facility, there's plenty of 100 megawatt, 90 megawatt, 85 megawatt. We're trying not to go too much below that. But again, if we've done the work and it turns out to be a smaller facility, then that's not going to be the cutoff. I don't see the real cutoff would be how much benefit are we really getting? If we're giving you, there's certain natural, there's a fence, there's a fire lane that you want to have, a break. There's a little bit of another setback from natural trees. We have to look at the shading effect on that, which will give you more setback. But beyond that, you know, are we really getting much more protection, visual protection from the landowner? Those are really more what would be the driver. Do you know what I mean? If you have you've got 50 feet or another 50 feet of just where there's natural trees there, not planting, but just natural existing trees that you're not going to take down, going to 100 feet or 200 feet, does that add any value? Or is it just somebody saying, I want that because I'm the neighbor and I'm going to complain and I'm going to organize against? You know, maybe we can't get there, but those are the types of issues that, you know, does it practically make sense? If there needs to be the 50 feet, great. If the 100 feet makes that much different, great. But if we're just expanding it to, you know, an arbitrary level to just get someone to go away, I don't think I know that's not what we would do. There's other ways to deal with that. And again, it has to be a sincere impact. And I don't want to be, it's the county's land. If you know, we're talking about, when I have a landowner and the landowner private lease, they tell us where we can go and they have areas that you cannot go into. But this is on somebody else's land. So
yeah, no, you know, the reality is that right now, many of the residents in that area are, you know, basically have a private park. And it is county property, and, you know, it's our responsibility, the Board of Commissioners' responsibility to manage that land for the benefit of the whole community. And so there's some, you know, complicated trade-offs to evaluate here. You know, the idea of you know, this community absolutely needs additional power supply. You know, whether there's BPA and Pacific Power are trying to, you know, jam 500 kV transmission lines in here right now in the next decade, you know, to bring us more power because we've had a lot of growth. We got data centers near, you know, in nearby communities. We got lots of people adding electric vehicles and electrifying their households. So we absolutely need more power. And the idea that we could generate revenue off of this property that currently is not generating any revenue for the county or for the people of Deschutes County that's attractive as well. But there are the uses that people are currently making of the land, and, you know, given the location of this property, you know, I shared with you when we met that there's been exploration of using this piece of property for a community park, which, you know, you could have a campground that could also generate revenue for us, and you could also have a bunch of assets or amenities that people wanted in our community. And it, you know, it being right at the, you know, gateway of the city of Bend,
might be kind of nice to see a park on your way into town instead of a fence. So there's a lot of things to weigh out and balance. So that, thank you for giving me a sense of that there's a little bit of wiggle room in terms of setbacks.
And I don't want to be, there is, we're very acutely aware of that balance. And the fact that, just to be blunt, Joseph lives here, but we're the outsiders coming in. And so we need to understand the neighbors and the dynamics and see if we can, either alleviate that or arrive at a mutually beneficial way of dealing with the neighbors. There are, a lot of different things that we've done in the past for projects, for host communities, for host landowners, recognizing the sincere impact that the project will have. It will change the neighbors' experience, and are there things that we can do to mitigate or minimize that impact? So it is part of the process for sure.
Thank you. A couple more questions. I know that recent federal policy actions, production tax credits, the timeline to get those applications in to be eligible was dramatically reduced. Are you trying to hit that timeline and take advantage of federal production tax credits, or is that not part of the consideration?
We wouldn't make that timeline just to have the certainty. July 4th, 2026 is when you have to commence construction. And even though it's not necessarily on the ground construction, there's certain things that you can do to preserve that, safe harbor that. But you need to be what we would call de-risked down to a point where we have confidence that by 2030 you'd be up and running, and there's no way we're going to have that by then.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Where is the transmission that you're thinking about tying into?
So just of the TSSA area.
And who's those are Pacific Power lines?
Yes, it's
Okay.
Pacific Power Lines.
And is that like another 500 kV?
It's 115 kV.
Okay.
So there's multiple paths to get to that point of interconnection. It does partially overlap on county. And then there's obviously City of Bend as an alternative.
Eric, you might be able to help just slide it up. There's a photo and it says POI on it. The keyboard is just real slow.
Okay.
Not that one. There you go.
So that's top right little rectangle says POI right there. That's just one, but the transmission line is essentially running parallel to the highway all the way through.
The
It
other,
does end up overlapping a little bit. It's on the east side of y'all's property on the TSSA area.
right. And the other box that says POI at the bottom, is that also a
Yes, that's
connection, a potential connection point to the transmission?
exactly. And that one is the one that's right there on the overlap of y'all's property as well.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
And we've looked at other county properties, and this is one of those rare overlaps where y'all are overlapping right there on a viable line that
Right.
there really isn't anything else on, instead of miles and miles and miles away from something.
That was going to be my next question. So when we met, I also mentioned that the county owns, many hundreds of acres, east of Redmond, east of Bend, and in some other spots. And so you did take a look at some of the other, some of those other properties, and the interconnection is too far, or is that basically
Basically, yeah, it's essentially too far and would have to go through far too many easements of multiple residential properties and miles away. And for a project of this size, there would be no feasibility behind it.
Interesting. So is that one of the things that kind of made this property kind of stand out or pop as you're looking across the landscape on potential project sites?
Yes, just the near proximity to a viable line just right there is incredibly rare.
Interesting.
And it doesn't matter that 97 is running through it with the 42,000 people on it.
There's abilities to go under, so it shouldn't, but I'll let Mark, the subject matter expert.
Yes, the highway crossing is a common structured procedure. You can determine whether you drill and bore underneath, or you can put lines across above ground lines. Typically, it would depend on where your substation. The power is generated at a low voltage. You step up at your substation. Once you step up, you don't really want to go underground. So if your substation was on the western side, you'd probably go above ground over the highway. If your substation was on the eastern side, you'd probably go underground and then step up on the eastern side. But one of the ways to look at it is, imagine we're in a request for proposals, and one site here has a 1 mile interconnection line that costs $2 million. The other site has 20 rights of way agreements where you have to pay each landowner, and 20 miles of, or 10 miles, let's just say, of additional line, which is at $2 million a mile. $20 million, and you're comparing the two same projects. This project would outcompete the other project. So that's what we're always trying to do, that whenever you're selling power, you're competing against everybody. So the goal is to have the most efficient design of a project. And that's why, back to your other point, if you have more acres, you're spreading your cost over more generation.
Yeah.
But again, there's no answer. You're going to get the best you can do and then bid. That's how it works.
Okay. And another thing I'd just like to raise here, there are a few neighbors here with us today, and there may be more folks watching. I'm gonna blindside Will again by asking him to come up and just run through for us at the very high level what a conditional use permit application process looks like, so that people understand. What's really important to understand, you all have described a process of community engagement and negotiation. And I think it's important for everyone to understand the role that the community, the conditional use permit application process, how it sort of formalizes that ability of, for the public to weigh in on projects and basically ensure that certain community needs are being taken care of.
Certainly, and thank you again, your planning manager, Will Groves. And the conditional use process, I think the most important thing to remember with a conditional use is it's a maybe. It might fit in a neighborhood, and you're always thinking about compatibility, suitability of the use in a way that outright uses aren't subject to. So the process there would be that an applicant would make a application to us. We would send out notice to property owners, typically within 750-foot radius. A sign would be put up, and we would receive public comment. To the extent that either in staff's review of the applicant's materials or in public comments, there was debate about the ability of the applicant to meet the criterion. And typically this would be in areas of suitability or compatibility. That would frequently result in it being referred to a hearings officer for review. So everybody gets their day in court. That decision of the hearings officers is appealable to the board, and that decision in turn is appealable into the state courts. So there's a vigorous review process. And, some things are foregone conclusions. If you meet the rules, you get your permit. This is a conditional use. So ultimately, compatibility, suitability, harmoniousness with the neighborhood is something that can be considered and would be weighed by presumably a hearings officer and maybe the board.
Great. Thank you. Those are
Can I add to that a little bit? But
Oh, yeah.
just to make clear, there's a draft application that would go in, and that's how we get the feedback to kind of see are we in the right range, suitability wise, and things like that.
Yeah, and you had a pre-app meeting.
Yes, and those pre-application meetings, and you'll see when you go to the meeting, is it, what's the temperature? Is it hot? Is it warm? Is it coherent? So I'm smiling, but it's not a joke, but it's just, as you go through this is what you have to do. You're going to engage with the community, and usually it starts at a certain point, and then when you start to share information and move to what the real the actual project looks like, as opposed to the worst visions in someone's mind, things kind of narrow, and we can kind of come to refining that application to what, what our best effort would be. But I just add that.
So lease is proposed. Is there kind of a standard time frame?
The lease typically has 3 timeframes in it. Two major ones. There's a development timeframe that we give ourselves a number of years to not only do the assessments as we described, obtain the permits, and most importantly, work through the interconnection process. That's the most time-consuming one. And even though we obtain the actual, what they call it, we would be a large generator interconnection agreement, that in it has network upgrades, the time it takes to do the upgrades. All of that is considered quote unquote development. So that's one period of time. And then there's a small construction period that usually is maybe 24 months. And then there's an operating life. We like to look at it as long as we can. In this case, 30 or more years we've done where you can do a base year of maybe 30 years, and then there's 10-year options to extend. It could be a mutual option. Both parties have to agree, or it could be, we love to do it in exclusive, but that's typically how it works. During that period, during that process, there's a lot of details of how we go on to the land, compensation for that development period, should we disturb anything, fencing, all kinds of details are shared there. And there's a lot of other compensation since there's only one main landowner, there's substation compensation, construction laydown area compensation, all those things are in the lease. And because if you have multiple landowners, you never know who's going to obtain it. But since there's primarily one, those would all go to the county.
Well, that helps. So basically kind of a 50-year window is the size of this, maybe one or the other, and it's a lease, so it would be the people's land underneath that still. So,
and then it's the county land. I was going to say, typically we have clauses there that we pay the tax on we're paying on the any increase in tax, which the county land, but we compensate for that. The concept is that you're kept whole, whatever you're doing on the land during development, you keep doing. We ask the landowner to enter and to do our investigations. Once we go into construction, there's certain requirements. We have rights to enter, rights to do the work. Typically, the touchy points are hunting, but I don't see this as a hunting area. So those are the main type of areas where you bump into friction usually. And then again, you negotiate the price for the different phases. There's also, just so you know, our leases all have a decommissioning component that says it's kind of funny because we always say, if the county has a decommissioning regulation in terms of a bond, when that goes into place, we defer to whatever the county regs are. If they don't, we put in one at, I think like year 10, we do an estimate of the decommissioning and restoration. And then we put in a financial guarantee or a bond for that.
yeah. And we've seen that on the solar fields that are already in the county.
And Commissioners, if I may, on your agenda item, we outlined some potential options for you to consider. So, it could be something as simple as moving forward with next steps of community engagement. It could be a memorandum of understanding so that they could move forward with the level of due diligence. It could be a lease. It could be a combination. So we just wanted to put that out there too, just as for your options for consideration.
Any other thoughts for putting direction to this?
I would say public forum, number 1.
Okay.
It seemed like that was, you were going to do all this and then you were going to go to the public forum, but we have a very engaged group of citizens that live in Deschutes County, and I am sure that they would appreciate to be heard from first. Some people walked into the room and said, well, is this already a done deal? What's really happening here? So, because you all have met with us, and I'm just wondering, are you guys behind any of the 20,000 acres in Morrow County, the solar panels that are going in there? You don't know who's doing that? No, you really don't, even though this is your business?
We're covering Missouri, Texas.
Well, I know, but it is 20,000 acres and a VFU land that some solar company is going to do. And, you know, I really think it's sad what's just happened on 126 on the way to Prineville that, Joseph, you have to drive by every day. The fact that they didn't, I mean, are they going to screen that? I mean, it's just like a bad look for the industry not to think about the visualization.
I mean, there are a wide range of developers out there, and one of the main reasons we like to, or North Renew likes to do the community outreach during the post the leasing, during the development process, is so that we can talk about this specific project in this specific location and under our specific approach. There are folks out there who do, you know, bottom line oriented. There are folks out there who will lock up land and land bank and then just, you know, once a year they go into a committee and decide which projects they're going to move forward on. We move forward on if we're going to lease the land, we're looking to move forward on it immediately and get it done as quick as possible. But that's one of the reasons why when you go to the community, until we have an actual design, it's complete theory. You're going to there's going to be noisy. It's going to be visual. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. I like to go out and hear what the concerns are so that we can incorporate that into the design. So I have no problem going out, but I just want to make it, if it's a town hall where we're hearing it and making sure the community is aware of it before we go into this process, that's one thing. But if it's in a kind of a meeting where, you know, there's an arbiter, you're sitting there and the community is just rallying against, you know, I always say, if your favorite, you know, baseball, basketball, football team is playing and you like the project, you're sitting home watching TV. If you don't like the project, you're showing up. So you're only going to see the people who are opposed when you're in these kind of settings. When you're taking in information, that's great, because those are the people who have concerns. They can help us design and refine the project. But if it's a real meeting where people are going to just gang up and just say, hey, we don't want this, we don't want this, we don't want this, you know,
I can tell you from my personal experience, when we did a safe parking program in Redmond, Christy and I went door to door to the community because the community was really concerned about safe parking. And by going door to door, leaving a note with my number, I learned a big lesson. It did work. And I did hear from some people in that community. And so, you know, I think you can even start by doing that and talking to people so that they're a lot more comfortable. And, you know, there's only so many ways you're going to do solar panels. You're not going to stack them up for high, I don't believe. You're going to do them, you know, so that they actually get the sun on them. And what are they, southern facing? So I would think starting from more of that point of view might be time consuming, but in the long run, it could be incredibly advantageous.
Sure. And from an information gathering and an introduction to make sure that community is aware that this is coming, no question about it. We're supportive. But I just have seen situations where you're taking in quote unquote comment as opposed to commenting on us and saying, you know, like we're hearing today, the visual impacts, best use, are there animal issues and things like that, access, safety, you know, to hear those things up front, that's fine. That's great. But to put me in front of someone who's evaluating this, I don't have any way to respond to say, well, now that I know that deer crossing is an issue, let us actually go do the homework. Let us talk to the agency and see, is deer crossing a theoretical issue or is it specific to that spot? And then when we get to an actual conditional use permit hearing, we can say, we spoke to Oregon, you know, Fish and Game. We spoke to this, and these are the results of the studies. And therefore, we believe this is a way to resolve and address that issue.
Commissioner Adair, just piggybacking on what he said, obviously, the more specific the project could. Limitless, it's funny you should mention door to door. We have years of experience of door to door.
Well,
so it was
honestly, it works so much better because I did not do that here in Bend for a different location. And it really came back to remind me how important I should have gone the door to door. And then I would have known that the neighborhood was all engaged and knew what was happening. And then they came into the meeting, like, let's say some neighbors out there don't know about this. And then they come in, you know, 4 months later to this hearing and they're like, wow, I was not aware of anything.
on the Limitless side, we were planning on already going door to door and chatting with all of the neighbors.
You were?
Neighbors, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, neighbors versus community. That's what I was thinking. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Immediate neighbors, of course.
So if I'm hearing correctly, you're not opposed to having a, community listening session early on in this process. You just don't want it to be basically the community, the conditional use permit application hearing upfront. Is that
correct?
Okay.
So
Okay.
sometime after, let's say, land lease, where there's initial designs where we can actually go out and have structured kind of organizations well before the actual official CUP hearing happens.
But also in terms of just like you say, a listening session and the door to door. I'm sorry, because when I was thinking door to door, I mean the broader community, but neighbors, vicinity, those folks for sure, and listening session for sure. But again, to avoid a pre-CUP kind of hearing situation, that's just the concern.
Okay. But you certainly will hear things that are valuable for the CUP process if we get that far.
100%. And also obviously neighbor concerns as well, and see where we can essentially make something that's feasible for both the county, the energy produced, and the neighbors. Obviously, as you were mentioning earlier, it's a balance with everything.
So, according to your timeline, you were talking about site control program for base to the end of this year or into the first quarter of next year or whatever, and then lay out project sizing for the first half of next year. My thought is maybe do something in support of proceeding. So we meet again in either 3 months or 6 months. I don't know that we're ready to sign lease terms, but we're working towards that if we don't stop it, right? I mean, that's where we're at.
I think it could do simultaneously the outreach, listening door to door outreach activities simultaneously to moving along the lines of negotiating a lease that if things turned out to be still viewed as viable and feasible, that we could then sign the lease in so many.
Yep. As I say, I was trying to just think, what is it going to look like 3 months from now or 6 months from now? That's where I was trying to work through that because obviously, yeah, signing a lease is serious business, but we're not there today. And, we may or may not get there in the end, but this is the discussion.
And I think that might be one of the options. I believe was like an MOU or something.
Yeah, like one option could be the community outreach that you all spoke of, and then maybe doing an MOU that allows them to do a level of due diligence. And then if they finish that due diligence, it's feasible, then we move right in potentially into lease negotiations. I don't know. We haven't talked extensively about that, but it seems like that could work.
But you could do an MOU that incorporates that outreach as one of the components so that we kind of have an umbrella that covers both those.
That's feasible if the board would support that.
I'd be more comfortable with that than proceeding with negotiating lease terms at this point. Before a community listening session, if we were already working on a draft lease, I do think it would give people the impression that this is already this has already been decided, and I don't want to give people that impression. That is not. I don't think that's where we're at.
Well, so as I say, I don't know if you can support that. I mean, a piece of paper that says we're looking into this together is kind of the concept, right? And then
I think the concept with the MOU would be that when we say we're looking this together, it's the North Renew Limitless team and the county, and that exclusivity, so that there's not other solar developers throwing.
Oh yeah, no, and I see that. I mean, yeah, that's the idea. You'll have a clear runway to go dream big, and if it all works out, you'll have something in your hand in the end. And I understand that concept, yeah, because now that we're in a public meeting and you point to the point of interconnect and all that, I understand exactly what you're saying there.
Appreciate that.
I would like to add one component to this community listening session kind of concept. There, and as I shared with you when we met, there has been earlier discussions about the use of this piece of land in the community earlier. At the time, well, just to recap for you what happened. There was a concept for a community park with a campground. There was a lot of concern about that particularly from neighbors. There was also a lot of support from outdoor recreation and people and tourism people in the community. In some ways, the idea was premature because at that moment, people basically thought but people were only weighing, well, do we like it the way it is, or do we want a park with a campground instead? They weren't. People weren't to the point where they understood this land will be used for something, and what is your preference for how it's used, and what are the bundles of community benefits that come with different potential uses. And so, basically the way that played out, there was enough interest in exploring the park concept that I kept pushing it. We looked at a state grant program. My fellow commissioners said, well, we're not sure if we will get access, rights of access from ODOT. So we're not ready to proceed with pursuing a grant to further explore this idea until we know that. Then over the next year, we explored that with ODOT, and ODOT ultimately came back and said, this is an allowable access purpose for this property. But then when we came back and discussed the grant program again, my fellow commissioners just said no. They didn't want to look at it any further. So I would, if part of our goal with this community listening session is to hear the community on what they want from this property, I would like that park concept to be, part of the mix of discussion. Because at this point, it's not a matter for the community of saying like, oh, is this going to stay a blank space on the map, or is it going to become a park? It's a question of what development is going to happen on this land, and what are our options, and what which of those would we prefer?
Opportunity cost one way or another.
Yeah.
Yes, Christine, what about housing? What about if some kind of housing was built in there? I know we haven't sold our land in Lapine, but yeah, what if some kind of housing went there?
This is outside the UGB, so I would invite Will to maybe come speak to that.
Well, I mean, and this ties to, I mean, when we had our meeting, I discussed with the Limitless Solutions and North Renew team. This is a significant distance from the UGB right now, but in 30 or 40 years, when the equipment is all worn out, it won't be. So one of the ways to think about this project is potentially as holding the land until the time when the UGB can come to it, because otherwise, if we were to pursue housing right now, my fellow commissioners have certainly supported plenty of rezones from EFU, exclusive farm use, to rural residential. But that basically only gets you one house per 10 acres. And, for land this close to the city of Bend, I think that's wasteful. It's an inefficient use of land that could someday, 500 acres theoretically in some years down the line could support many thousands of homes. Versus 50 homes at one home per 10 acres. So that's just thinking about the long-term, short-term housing opportunity here.
And that's, of course, why we thought this opportunity would be perfect fits for that 30-year hold as the UGB grows. And as Mark was saying, where it's not actually extracting resources from the county for a lot of servicing, but instead, at least as it's being held, there's benefit that's occurring. But definitely understand the need for hearing across multiple different domains.
So if this has such wonderful access to the points of transmission, is the $600 price per acre, have you taken that into account? That that's a benefit to the program going forward?
We have, as I mentioned, that's kind of our reference benchmark. We definitely have thousands of acres under similar pricing with transmission lines going through, but it's a negotiation. So I don't want to say, I say, I'm coming from that perspective of we've done this with landowners. Have we done it in this exact area, in this kind of, between Bend and Redmond? Those are all factors that, in a negotiation, you might say exactly that, hey, this is not way out in, ranching, grazing land. This is right between the city, and therefore, maybe 600 doesn't make good sense. So that's
Maybe
part of the
1,000
discussion.
makes more sense for us,
How much?
I said 1,000 maybe makes more sense. for us.
We're not doing direct negotiation.
Like you're starting to negotiate a lease there.
Maybe through
I'm just
650.
wondering where you came from. So
No,
thank
I
you
know
for
that's
clarifying.
that's just, it's a negotiable.
Sounds like there's support for an agreement of some sort to allow Limitless Solutions and North Renew Energy to be able to proceed and dream. Do you agree with that?
So we have-
Something.
Some further exploration.
Yeah.
Further exploration with a community listening session involved.
And then, so then you're asking for making sure that, hey, there's been other discussions about what's going to happen, what could happen out here. Let's make sure you ask that that's part of the mix. I mean, just for anybody that's saying something.
Would it be acceptable for Nick as our county administrator to sign that agreement when we have that completed?
And do we support having the administrator signature on that instead of bringing it back to a board meeting, you're saying? It'll be a very public process because that's what we're setting up for.
Yeah, and I would suggest at least one-on-one individual meetings with commissioners prior to my signing it, because I want to make sure that the board is comfortable with the terms of the MOU, if that's the mechanism.
And then, as I say, I was trying to think, what would we want to do in 3 or 6 months from now? But do you think an agreement, what's a window that you would want to discuss now? Because obviously you're going to work towards a lease, but we're taking half a step towards it. But what kind of window of time do you think you'd be looking for now? I mean, is that 2 years?
In terms of 2 years?
Just an MOU to say, hey, you guys can go
duration
dream
of
and
the
make
MOU.
sure that nobody else can come in and say, we want to do it too.
No, I would think I would think we'd want to do just 1 year to basically do listening session.
Yeah. So if you're not working towards a concrete lease a year from now,
Right. Well, I would hope that
wouldn't be happy that we're there. Yeah.
what I was thinking is that during that period, maybe we're not negotiating the lease, but we can have discussions on
terms.
those terms. And then once we present the results of the outreach, feedback, and let's be honest, they're going to give us some feedback, but they are going to call you too. So I think we'll all have kind of a feeling within a few months, and
Yeah, okay.
therefore, decide how to move, either slow it down or add additional steps or move
Yep,
directly to the
understood.
lease.
So that's kind of a bunch of aspects of a motion here. Is there any way to?
We didn't need a motion, Kim said.
Okay, we don't need a motion per se.
Can I ask one more question? So kind of bigger context of this site. There are unauthorized homeless encampments in the area, and there's now we have this temporary safe stay area set up, on the other side of the highway from this property. There's a lot of concern from neighbors about homeless encampments, unauthorized homeless encampments spreading to the 500 acres, which is part of the reason why I'm interested in us doing something there, a park, some other kind of development, because I do think that, positive active use will discourage, creation of new unauthorized encampments in that area. have in any of the other project areas that you've worked has kind of the dynamics of having a lot of homeless encampment activity, has that been part of what you need to manage for? And I heard you say you got that there will be a fence, but fences can be cut. You could conceivably imagine people thinking that a solar panel, like a swiveling solar panel that's flat for the night, might be nice to sleep under, for instance. So, how do you manage for that kind of risk essentially to your project?
It's an interesting question. We haven't had that exact situation where you have homeless encampments near a facility. Typically, these facilities the ones that we've been developing are relatively remote, and you have private landowners. And when you have private land that's part of the project, you have a private landowner who is also not wanting trespassers and things like that. These projects have security, motion sensitive lighting and things like that, but they're really designed to be able to, share with police information on who was the one who did the trespassing, as opposed to directly deterring beyond just the physical fence. But it is something that, again, this is part of what we would develop in the overall security program of the project. So typically you'd have lighting on your O&M building, lighting on your entrance, motion sensitive things like that in that area, because you're not really worried about the panels are not, valuable to steal. You're more so worrying about, damage or basically people at night, disrupting the, I'll be honest, just, kids out at night. That's more of the concern.
And is the fence kind of like, what's the maintenance regime or inspection regime for the fencing around it?
There's you're required by law to fence, and depending on if there's game or animal or crossings, you fence the solar blocks, or you can fence the whole area. That fencing, typically, I forget the exact height, but if there's game in the area, you can have a game fence, which allows, prevents the animals from getting stuck and things like that, and prevents the animals from seeing in and things like that. And then there's certain little limits so they can get under if needed. There's a setback interior to the fence that we always have so that fire and things can circle around the facility. But during construction, you actually have active security on site. But normally on a project, you wouldn't have active security. It's just, there's not, under the O&M building is locked down. It has its own alarm system. It has its own camera system, but you're not really designing typically to, have someone jump over the back fence for some odd reason. But again, each location is different. I mean, we have game fences where, we have, elk crossing, and you had to work with the county or the state agency to, put the fence at a certain height, provide a certain clearing underneath. This I see would be another similar situation where it's going to be a unique situation, recognizing that's the type of activity you have in the area.
Yeah. And this is like basically a suburban setting, unlike many of the places that it sounds like you've worked before. So,
yeah, no, go ahead.
Just real quickly, Commissioner, just to add some context. Staff came to the board, maybe a year ago or so, and the board changed the status of the Fort Thompson property to day use only, no overnight camping. So I don't know exactly how that would play into a lease, but I just wanted to share that information with you. So we could look at that in terms of the use of the property.
Well, we can get along. We got management of the whole organization in the room here for the next item. So I'm just thinking,
Yes.
if we're ready to go. All set? Thank you very much for joining us today. We got some common ground to talk about there. At this time, Item number 26, 2027 budget development, limited growth strategies. Thank you very much for standing by. So this morning we were sliding through the agenda this afternoon. We took some time on that one. Phase 2. Was this? This is budget development. Yeah.
Yes. Good afternoon, commissioners. Cam Sparks, budget manager for the record.
Robert Tintel, Chief Financial Officer.
So the intent of today's meeting is to gain direction and approval from the board on the level of limited growth in the general fund and for ISF charges for the fiscal year 27 budget development. On December 3rd, I presented 3 different limited expenditure growth options for fiscal year 27 for the board to consider. The first option was a 4% growth on existing expenditures. The second was 5%, and the third was 6%. Additionally, finance and admin are recommending a cap of 8% on internal service fund charges, which is the same cap that we had in place for fiscal year 26. Although some exceptions may be authorized by the budget officer, which is Nick Lelak. When we met 2 weeks ago under the 5% growth scenario, the general fund was financially sustainable for 8 years. Since then, I've analyzed the financial impact of the phase 2 wage equity project, which is that market study piece of the project. And while I did have fairly large estimates built into the general fund model, the impact was approximately $170,000 more than what I had originally estimated. So because of that, once you factor that in, under a 5% scenario, the years of financial sustainability drop to 7 years. So under a 4% limited growth scenario with these additional costs, it's 9 years. Another thing I wanted to—
Does that change? 9 years doesn't change then.
So if limited growth on existing expenditures at 4% achieves 9 years. And the next item that I'm going to talk about is a potential for a $350,000 bucket of funds that could be used for possibly special requests, which would shrink that to 8 years. So when we met a couple weeks ago, Nick pointed out that during our fiscal year 26 budget development, we asked general fund supported departments to not submit any special requests. So one thing that the board could consider is to allow special requests for general fund supported departments in fiscal year 27. And if so, the fund could afford $350,000 ongoing costs in total, but that does shrink that financial sustainability by 1 year. And any amount greater than that would then reduce that to 7 years. So that's where I landed on that $350,000. Additionally, the board may want to consider criteria for the special requests. We just listed some examples such as one-time funding, efficiency, modernization, process improvement, or service impacts. And so, as I mentioned earlier, unless Robert has something else to add, again, we are here to get feedback from the board so that we can, or on these proposed limited growth strategies, which will help staff start preparing the fiscal year 27 budget.
I just say to summarize, first option is we'd love to hear the direction on the percentage increase that we do, and if the board would support a bucket of funds having available. And that was as a response to the feedback we received from the board at the last board meeting. However, I would also caution and just remember that if the board decides to open it up, special requests for general fund department, that it is likely we will get a lot of requests for that limited funding, and it would also take then discipline at the budget committee level to not exceed that $350,000, because as Cam mentioned, that already has brought us down 1 year fiscal stability, and anything above that would decrease it another year. So we wouldn't want to overcommit ourselves on adding additional expenditures, but we did try to make a way if that is an option the board wanted to pursue. But again, we'd have to maintain fiscal discipline and not go beyond that, which will be challenging because as you even heard earlier this morning, there are competing or great needs and core services, vital services that many of our departments provide and, justifiable for any special request. However, we do have these limited funds that we still need to maintain. And then finally, it is, again, just confirming the ISF right there. So those 3 items for consideration.
Great.
And the other variable will be the February session for the legislature. We don't know what's going to happen, and it sounds like it's really bad, but maybe it's not going to be as bad as we thought. So at least by the time we're stepping into the budget, we'll have a little bit more information on that because we don't know that right now. So this is, from our previous discussion on this topic. Thank you for defining the kind of decision points and clarity for the input to the budget process. And I know Commissioner Chang, you mentioned that you'd rather not have that. Well, I don't want to speak for you, but I mean, last time you said, let's not do that with a special fund or a different decision at the end there. And I did support that. I do like the idea of, kind of dialing it in at 4% and then having that $350,000 for some special requests. And I want to limit that too.
Yeah, I mean, if I can speak in a department specific way, I'm not picking on the DA's office, but because we ultimately, provide them with additional funds to support additional staffing. That is really important. The challenge is that we have a lot of departments that have really important needs in terms of staffing and provide really important services to our community. So just looking back on what happened last year, we set a 3.3% limited growth kind of constraint on all of our departments, and then we relaxed that at the last minute for the DA's office. The result of that was that instead of doing a 3.3% limited growth at the DA's office, they ended up last year having a 4.1% growth trajectory. And again, a very valuable investment in key staffing to provide important services. So, I don't want anyone to think that I'm saying that we shouldn't support that work. It's just that we really do need to think about trade-offs. And so to kind of look at this in a department specific way, I would say that since we did that for the DA's office last year, and that carries that additional position that they put on, that's part of their 4% this coming year. I would like us to be very strategic and thoughtful and focused about what departments we would allow to put forward requests for increases in the coming year. Today we heard from a couple of departments that are highly dependent on the general fund that are dropping a lot of FTE this year. Community corrections, specifically the juvenile justice division, health services, specifically the public health division, both very general fund dependent departments who have had to make some are really having to tighten their belts a lot and are facing a lot of uncertainty at this point in time. The other one I would mention is the assessor's office, who, Robert reminded me the other day, if you're going to invest in departments with a thought towards them helping us grow general fund revenue, the assessor's office and community development are 2 key places to think about, making investments so that we can actually expand general fund revenue in the future. So, the community development is not general fund funded right now, but the assessor's office is another one I would put in the mix with those other 2 I mentioned.
Well, so you're asking to limit it to the ones that we mentioned at that point.
again, $350,000 is not a lot. If you throw that open, if you say, oh yeah, like we welcome special projects, special requests, we're going to get a flood. So if we restrict it to certain departments, having that opportunity, kind of essentially giving some other departments the opportunity that the DA's office got like in the 11th hour last year, then I think we can kind of manage this and look at adding up, up to $350,000, to our permanent load, in a way that, doesn't basically flood us with requests that then we can't grant.
Any thoughts, Commissioner?
Well, honestly, we've been giving hundreds of thousands of dollars to the school system, and I talked to Holly about if we can do a pilot project next year with all that, to leverage that money that we've always been giving with no leveraging, for a pilot for healthier food in at least one school, I would really appreciate that happening. We haven't discussed it for a little while. I feel like doing the 4% with the 350,000, the fact that it will shorten it by 1 year, that's pretty significant. But there may be something out there. And, just like the news report today, the news report said that government hired more people in this region, and then the crime stories, they were just, somehow we've got to think about our world and why do the crime stories seem like they're just, being more impactful? The 9-year-old child that was in the car, fortunately was not hurt, but there were so many crime stories this morning. I just, I always look at, what's happening out there. So our DA's office, hopefully they're okay. But when you lose someone that is that well trained and has that many years of education and doesn't have a life, you had to worry. So I really thought that was important that we added another position for their office. And, it's the vacancy rates in health and the sheriff's office have been 30, 40 FTE for quite some time. So cutting those positions back seems like they've thought about it very carefully, that makes sense. So I would go with item number 1, but with that caveat for the 350,000.
So, look, sounds like there's support for the recommended motions for number 1 at 4%. Number 2, maybe want to reword it, but there's general support for having a discussion about a $350,000 special request fund. So is there a motion for this first item, move approval for?
I'll move approval of general fund expenditure growth limited to 4% for the year 2020.
FY.
27, yes. Because then it goes up again.
That gives us our base.
Second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. So we've heard from 2 commissioners, and as I say, I like the idea of doing this. I'm thinking I want to empower a budget officer and with this discussion to come up with some very targeted special requests. Because if we just say, oh, anybody that wants a 350, come up with an idea, it would be a disaster. So, I can go down the same path as both of my fellow commissioners here, but you want to make a.
Oh, the motion for the 350?
Yeah.
Yes, and have a very limited to $350,000 as a special budget request for the next year for fiscal year 2027.
You like that? It's just a generic.
Is that a motion or?
Yes, that was my motion.
You want to put more specifics to it?
The motion we have on the staff report.
Number 2, I missed.
Yes, specifies that it's special requests for general fund departments and departments receiving general fund transfers, not necessarily county-wide.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's my motion, number 2.
Okay.
Or you can.
Number 2, so moved. I'll second that.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded as proposed, as written. with the discussion that we provided them.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and you know, we don't have to resolve that today, but I do think it would be smart to think about restricting which departments we want to offer that opportunity to, and also to give them some parameters. You know, if there's a couple of departments we say, you know, you can put in a special request, you know, maybe saying some fraction of 350,000, up to some fraction of 350,000. And a third piece of that, you know, I just thinking, you know, all three of those departments that I mentioned, I'm not going to hold my breath, but it's possible that the legislature will deliver us some relief on assessment and taxation, or public health modernization, or community corrections funding. So I mean, you know, maybe we can sort of
Something might get
set this up in a way that you know, people are either not asking for things that they might get relief from the state, or that, you know, they would withdraw certain requests if where you could, you know, have two things going, and if one ends up being covered by the state, you know, like by the time we get to May, you pull one of them, but maybe one of them is more dependent upon the state than the other, or something like that.
The good news is that the special requests would come in after the legislative session,
Right.
budget submittal in March. So the timing works very well.
The flexibility, the timing, yes.
But people would want to be thinking about that.
Sure.
Doing before that.
Exactly. Yep.
Starting today.
I would add, commissioners, that similar to prior years, whatever special requests do come in, all of them would be included within the budget package. And then there's a time dedicated during the budget committee meeting, as you know, where we can then decide, or the budget committee can decide at the time, which ones they want to move forward and talk about. And so whatever, unless there are specific parameters, then whatever submitted will provide all of them within the budget packet. And then that's when the budget committee would discuss each one or decide which ones to move forward at that time.
I thought last year some things were actually booked and we really didn't have a decision. And I really feel that this 350,000 needs to be our decision, and it needs to be after legislature. So
Yeah, so as far as the process goes, the departments would submit their special requests and we would not actually put those in the proposed budget. But then during May Budget Committee Week, during deliberations is when the Budget Committee could decide which ones to approve and how much, and then that's when we would actually officially put them in the.
that's the way I think it should be.
So we had a motion and a second and lots of discussion around that. Is there anything else? Seeing none, Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes also. So that was item number 2 here. So the third aspect of this is internal service fund charges at 8% with exceptions authorized by the budget officer. So,
Is that a motion?
well, I'm just reading it, but I'll make that motion. I mean, it's kind of out of, but can you clarify, is there going to be any dynamics that, from the positions we just, took out of the budget? I mean, if we take 10 out at a time, that's 10 that don't have the overhead, which it's going to have to be, some of that's going to have to be paid.
Yeah, and I mean, in reality, the size of the pie isn't shrinking because those departments
That's it.
are reducing those positions, but each department's slice of the pie is going to change. Because
There you go. Thank you. That's what I was seeing. I saw it in my head a little bit. But yeah, so is this 8% kind of acknowledging that, or just is? We're just trying to work
yeah.
within what we have.
So the 8% would be a cap on existing expenditures. And as we discussed, there could be some exceptions. One example is the Board of County Commissioners is expanding. We know that that's probably going to grow more than 8%. And so departments would see an 8% increase, in some or less. Some ISF departments might come in lower, but then in others they might see higher. And then they might see their ISFs increase beyond that because now they are picking up a little bit more of that pie that health services and the sheriff's office and community justice used to absorb.
Okay. Yeah, and that's what I just, thank you very much. So it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is the beginning of your budget year now, huh?
It is.
End of the year, but the beginning of the year.
Thanks to our budget and finance team.
Yes, thank you. Item number 28, proposed policy updates. So these are Deschutes County policies. No, I'm sorry. I'm jumping it. Yep. I saw that. Item number 27, wage equity project update. And that's probably why some folks are in the room and almost forgot to call it. Wage equity project update, phase 2.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Whitney Hale, Deputy County Administrator. I'm Susan DeJody, HR Director.
Robert Tintel, Chief Financial Officer.
Cam Sparks, Budget Manager.
We're here to talk today to the board about the outcomes of phase 2 of our wage and equity study, and we're joined today by our project steering committee member, many of whom are in the room today. Eric, are you going to drive slides or am I? If you can, that's great. Thanks. So just to set the table, and I know the board is well aware of the phases and scope of this project, but this is phase 2 of our wage equity project. So this is our market analysis for AFSCME and non-represented positions. And today we're bringing the board the outcome of that analysis and a recommendation from the steering committee on implementation. The analysis for most of these positions last occurred in 2017. We thought it would be helpful to reference the scope of the project steering committee for the board's reference. I really want to thank all of our project steering committee members for the time that they've invested in this project. This has been a really time-intensive lift for all of our steering committee members, and I really want to call out specifically the work that our HR team and our finance team, specifically Susan and Cam, have put into this project and making sure that we have accurate data that's being presented to you today, that's getting out to our department heads so they really have an understanding of the impacts of these phases. This is a really big scope and it's a lot for us to undertake all at one time. So thank you to our steering committee members and to all the folks that are supporting this work.
So the majority of the positions have not had this analysis done since 2017, which Whitney already mentioned. The analysis is typically done during the bargaining session, specifically with AFSCME. This last bargaining session, they did decide to hold off and let us finish this project before making any decisions. The purpose of the study is to ensure that the market analysis is conducted to ensure that compensation for classifications is aligned with the county's compensation philosophy and to adjust any compression that may exist in the county's compensation structure. So it was completed using 6 comparators, the City of Bend, Clackamas, Lane, and Marion counties, and 2 Oregon-wide aggregators, which are Economic Research Institute and Comp Analyst. There are 254 classifications included in the study. This includes 784 employees, which represents about 65% of our total employee population.
So based on the analysis that's been completed, we're coming before the board today with compensation adjustments that have been identified by classification and by department. Aligning compensation for all of the positions that are included in phase 2 will result in a 4.8% increase in total personnel costs for the organization, and half of the identified increase would occur within health services. So I'm going to turn it over to Cam to talk a little bit about the financial impacts of the analysis and what that'll mean for various areas of the organization.
Okay, so just to reiterate, I mentioned this in the last agenda item, but as it relates to the general fund, these costs have been included in that long-term forecast model, with the exception of the slight overage that was below my original estimate. And so the total annual impact in terms of wages is almost 7.1 million. This does factor in average vacancies because when I did this analysis, I took all of the positions and applied Susan's analysis by job class to come up with what that incremental cost would be. But that assumes that every single vacant position in the county is filled and every on-call position is filled. And that's just not realistic. So we wanted to bake in the vacancy savings to reflect a more accurate impact. So you can see on this slide, we've broken down the impact by service area, which is how we organize our budget book during budget week. And so public safety, we're expecting a $1.2 million impact or 1.5% increase over existing personnel costs. Direct services is 4.4 million or a 4.4% increase. Support services is 1.3 million roughly, which is a 6% increase. And then service districts, which in this case is just 911, is 150,000 or a 1.4% increase. And the $7.1 million does not include the additional benefit costs that would be related to this, such as PERS, FICA, Social Security, PLO, and that's approximately 2.8 million.
So the steering committee met earlier this month and deliberated on its recommendation for the board, and after considering a variety of outcomes, has formulated a recommendation for the board that the board implement adjustments for impacted classifications with an effective date that closely aligns with implementation of the wage equity portion of this project, which is our Oregon pay equity analysis, which we're referring to internally as phase 1. So that phase 1 analysis would be implemented at we are anticipating it will be implemented at close to the conclusion of the fiscal 26 year. And the implementation recommendation from the steering committee is that this phase 2 implementation would occur right at the beginning of the fiscal 27 fiscal year. So really trying to align those timelines. I think the committee in its discussion, and you have a number of committee members in the room today, and I think they're happy to answer questions that the board may have, but I think the committee is cognizant of the impact for the organization that this project has, and aligning implementation with the start of the fiscal year really gives departments and offices a chance to plan for those adjustments and make sure that as we're going through the budgeting process, we're able to be thoughtful about how we are building around those. So both the alignment with phase 1 and the planning, I think, in the budget process were key considerations for the steering committee. So that's the conclusion of our prepared information that we were planning to share with the board today, but we are happy to answer questions. And as I mentioned, I think our steering committee members would be happy to answer departmental specific or general questions that the commissioners may have as well.
Well, and doing this on the 17th of December means we're getting it done before the end of the year. I think that's the big celebration here, isn't it?
We're doing our best to get this to you this calendar year. And again, really want to call out the work that occurred internally on behalf of staff to make that happen.
And thank you, everyone, for sure. Thoughts? So, yeah, I mean, thank you for the analysis. It's a big project, and it is kind of opening up, using those comparators out in the market and then the other counties, looking at the big picture, having the horsepower to be able to just run through this whole thing top to bottom. It is quite a project. So I'm excited that we're here. As I say, I'll support accepting it and proceeding it or whatever we need to do here.
I mean, I've heard sort of secondhand, but I would also like to hear from some of the most affected impacted departments about, support for this move and feasibility of meeting this new financial goal or responsibility or load or whatever you want to call it.
Thank you. Yeah, that'd be me. So Holly Harris, Health Services Director. Yes, I mean, this is as you saw from our presentation earlier, we're already facing some challenges. This will be another one we need to navigate. But at the end of the day, it's the right thing to do. This is a decision that we advocated for, before we knew all of this was coming down the path. And I'm just a real strong believer that we shouldn't make long-term decisions based on temporary painful times. We're going to get through our times, and I'd love to be able to have philosophy at the county that we are committed to recruiting and retaining, the best and the brightest, and this is a way to get us there. And I think retention of our staff is going to be even more critical for for the times to come, so that we make sure we can still continue to do the work that we need to do. Can't do it without staff that are compensated appropriately based on the market. So we'll have some decisions we have to make. We're going to be, all those things that I talked about earlier apply to this scenario as well. And we're committed to, to doing that work.
Well, and, we've gone through an inflationary environment. We were trying to do a construction project and it just kept slipping higher and higher and higher. But hopefully it's going to plateau. I guess that's the key to this whole thing, is because we don't want to go backwards. Once wages go up, you don't want them to go backwards either. So we're in that spot where at least we're seeing a plateau for a while.
I'd be curious from other department heads' perspectives. I mean, is that similar? This is the right thing to do, even though it's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner Chang. Chair DeBonne, members of the commission, Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. Before I answer that question, I just want to take a moment and to recognize the steering committee, and which includes Susan DeJody and her recent input. And this is just acknowledging that Susan's been in her position as HR director for just a few months and inherited some significant responsibilities to get us to this point. So I think it's important to highlight that. For the Community Development Department, we're fee-dependent department. We're able to absorb budget and absorb these personnel costs as mentioned in fiscal year 27. We estimate that approximately 40% as a baseline will be absorbed by our Building Safety Division, which has a very, very robust reserve fund that's required under state law. And so we have other reserve funds for our electrical program and for the rest of the department. So I think we're going to be able to keep our fees well positioned, mindful of the added costs that our fees are imposed on new development. So I think a balance of our reserve funds and very, very measured fee increases that just cover some of our basic costs, which have been touched on, merit increases, things of that sort. I think from CDD's perspective, we won't see enormous impacts as expressed in our fee modeling. So recognizing nonetheless that there are other departments that are having to bear these personnel costs in different ways. I will acknowledge that, as the board knows, and it's been communicated at a department head level, the Community Development Department in the fall of 2023 also was in a position where we had to make some fiscal austerity measures. I think Holly articulated very well. I mean, you don't want to base these types of decisions on some of these transitional periods. I mean, I'm paraphrasing now, but for the staff that we have now that remain, I think it's imperative that my own opinion is that as departments can use the implementation of the market study in a way that allows us to retain and recruit the highest competent employees going forward. Our county is the only county that's measurably growing in the state of Oregon, so demands are not going to go down. So this type of investment into our organization, I think, will have significant benefits. So I think the long-term perspective is, I think, very, very promising in this case.
Great. Any thoughts, Commissioner?
It is interesting. Okay, so I know we don't have enough truck drivers out there. I mean, I'm looking at the rest of the world. Okay, you all work for the county, and it's fascinating that, I know we always hear about we don't have enough healthcare workers, and now the ones that we do have are going to be paid more, and hopefully they'll stay longer. Is that really job satisfaction? Will this pay increase really keep people working here? And yet in the outside world, there aren't enough truck drivers. People are being so impacted by, wages and people not working. So hopefully we will have the best and the brightest that will be continuing to work for Deschutes County. I do find it fascinating. Thank you, Susan, for stepping in. And, I think we've been waiting for this since didn't we start this in the first of 2014 or something? I mean, this has taken forever. So I'm glad that we've come to a point, but, you have to balance it with private industry, public, and, it's not, inflation, when the cumulative effect of inflation affects how when you go to the market now and what you put in your cart, it's really, it's been incredibly difficult on so many people in our world, that accumulation. And I personally see it every day. So hopefully this will help us keep the best and the brightest and do what we do in Deschutes County so well. And so thank you. But I'm wondering what Sarah thinks about it for her department. I just was curious, Sarah, if you had any feedback for your department on this. Because we always need the calmest and the brightest to be answering the phones at 911.
Panic.
Well, and they're covered by their association contract. So this will affect our AFSCME members that are our IT and do our radio, PMs and take care of our towers. And then our front office staff, this will impact them as well. Right now, we're seeing some significant compression on the, with our contract being negotiated right now. So for our management staff. So that is nice to see this adjustment. It's for us, our budget is always decent. And so this is a big impact for some of the other departments. And so being in this group has been really helpful to see that for me personally, but yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those words.
Any other discussion or is there a motion?
I'll move board approval of implementation of the wage equity project recommendations, as recommended by the project steering committee.
Isn't there a specific time that they're going to be implemented? I thought that was in our discussion.
Yes, this would be, and I'm looking to Robert because I want to make sure I have this. This would be effective in the 6/22 payroll cycle. Yes.
6/22. So we're talking end of this. Yes. Okay. I just want to be sure that's in the motion. I second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion?
Sorry, I was just clarifying. It's, I don't know if the motion you mentioned wage equity as opposed to market study.
I want to clarify the motion.
Because, yeah, this is phase
two.
Phase 2 is market.
Phase 2.
Okay, can I start over again? All right, move board approval of implementation of the phase 2 market study as recommended by the project steering committee.
I seconded.
There we go. More comfortable?
Better.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
Commissioner Adair.
Yes.
I will vote yes. Thank you very much, everybody. This is a
Sure.
moment.
I
please.
I just want to take the moment also to thank Whitney. Whitney worked very, very closely at the very beginning of this project with our human resources director at the time. She then served as interim human resources director for about 9 months. And then she's worked very, very closely with Susan since that time to get us to this point. So she deserves a phenomenal amount of credit for managing or partially managing or supporting this project in many capacities for the past couple of years. And the work is not done, as she knows. And she is the one that often fields the questions from department heads and staff and me and others about the project, the details, the big picture, and everything in between. So Whitney, you deserve a phenomenal amount of credit. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And
Congratulations.
it's important to note, we said 6/22. Yes.
We did.
26. So it's going to be a while, but it's been calculated.
We're going to build that into all of our budgeting we're about to begin.
Okay, great.
Great. Thank you. And now it's item number 28, proposed policy updates. Deschutes County policies. Yep.
Susan and I are going to stay with you for this next item. We are in the process of updating a large number of our HR policies. Some of those updates are happening as part of this broader project, and others are just sort of recognizing cleanup and modernization that needs to occur. We are bringing you 2 of those policies today, and we'll be bringing you 2 other groups of policies in the new year for your review and consideration. But today, we have for your consideration updates to HR 5, which is non-wage and salary compensation, and a proposal that the board consider sunsetting HR 17, which is payroll deductions for health club membership dues. So I'll walk briefly through the proposed updates to the policies that are in your packet. You have redline versions and clean copies in your packet. Starting with HR 17, this was a policy that was implemented in 1990, and it allowed for the county administrator to approve voluntary payroll deductions for health club dues under certain circumstances. The practice is not currently in use, and my understanding is that it has not been in use for some time. I think this is likely represents a different time and era in which this was occurring more frequently. The policy allows for if more than a certain number of employees were members of a facility and they could receive a discount, that there would be a payroll deduction made. But since this has not been used for some time, we're recommending that the board sunset this policy. So that's the proposal on HR 17, just a little bit of end of year cleanup that we're trying to get in. And then HR 5, non-wage and salary compensation. This policy was originally adopted in 2007 and updated in 2009. We're proposing an update that includes provisions for food, beverage, and other related items provided by the county during work-related events like meetings or team building activities or conferences, and recognizing those as part of the official compensation package. This proposal is being driven by a recent opinion from the Oregon Ethics Commission, which we also included in the board's meeting packet for reference. This topic actually came up at the recent Association of Oregon Counties conference, and we wanted to make sure that we were responsive to it because we do know that county policy allows for, in certain circumstances, food to be provided if staff are meeting during a lunch period time or have an extended full day meeting. So just to make sure that we're aligning with that recent Oregon ethics opinion. So that at a high level is what we have before you today, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have, Commissioner.
And so that's when the county is providing food.
Correct.
Okay, so if I'm going to the Coordinated Homeless Response Office and Regional Housing Council meeting and they're offering us dinner, then we're not worried about that with this policy. We're more worried about when we're providing food.
This update would pertain to a county meeting and the food that was being provided by the county to staff or to any public official acting in an official capacity on behalf of the county.
And then my other question about the payroll deductions for the health club memberships. I'm just curious, like we want to encourage that, right? People using health clubs, fitness clubs, whatever. The FSA flexible spending accounts, are people allowed to put money in a flexible spending account and then spend that on like a health club membership as a preventative health?
I'm gonna channel Trigby and say generally no, but our health plan does offer, Pacific Source offers a program called Active and Fit to cover employees and dependents under the plan that if you enroll under that plan, there's a reduced fee for many local gyms, including Juniper and Larkspur and many others. So I do know that I think a lot of staff are engaging in Active and Fit through the Pacific Source coverage that we have.
Okay, so we do have some kind of incentive program for, okay.
Any questions?
So I used to pay for Sisters Athletic Club. Was that part of it's probably not, is it?
I think so. We've had
No,
some.
it's only you have to be in Bend. Is that the story?
No, I'm not. Again, I think because we've had some turnover in staffing, we're not quite sure at the last point in which this policy was used, but in checking with staff, and also we circulate these proposals through departments as well. I don't think this has been used for some time.
Okay. All right. So it's good that you're cleaning it up. Thank you. You've been very busy.
Their
So,
motion.
I move county administrator's signature on the proposed updates to HR 5 and move to sunset policy HR 17, payroll deductions for health club membership dues.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yep.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Chair will vote yes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Another item done before the end of the year. So we've done our treasurer report and finance report before lunch today. Item number 31 is board selection of chair and vice chair for 2026. Yeah, we do this every year. Any comments?
Go ahead and do your thing.
So nobody's going to say anything but me, huh? Okay.
Well, the two of you decide this every year, so it's up to one or the other of you.
Unlike this last year, and we basically didn't make any choices, and I ended up being the chair at the beginning of the year.
That's right.
So
It was, we went back to the regs.
This is, yeah.
Which was making a choice, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's, I mean, yeah, for me, it's
I mean, you're welcome to say that you are not actively trying to deny me my rotation as chair, but the fact is that you are. So
I'll make the motion for Commissioner Chang to serve as chair next year. So someone please second it.
I'll second that.
Hey, it's moved and seconded. Fabulous.
That does not reverse the fact that, this set of.
Could you just accept it?
No,
Made the
no,
motion?
no.
Oh.
It's important for people to understand that.
Yes, I was hoping
that
that
it
we could
was-
go forward next year.
Yeah.
On a positive note. I made the motion, you seconded it.
Yep.
You know, it would be nice.
And I'll just remind people that,
I know you'll continue to
Yes,
remind people that it's gone on for a long time.
denied me my rotation as chair in 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025.
Okay, thank you.
Happy to serve as chair next year.
it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion?
Ooh,
Seeing none, Commissioner Dare.
gosh, I would, you know, the world is so divided. Honestly, it's really depressing when you look about it. Every day, I hope that people can reach across and do some end the division. So I'll vote for it. And you know, forgiveness is always requested.
So that's voting yes.
That's
Yes.
the spirit I would like to serve as chair under.
Thank you.
I'll vote yes as well.
And current chair votes yes. So now next year, 2026, the next board meeting will start off with Commissioner Chang as the chair of the Deschutes County Commission. Congratulations. Other items?
Oh, we have to have the vice chair. So now I'll
Oh, vice chair.
Commissioner DeBonne to serve as the vice chair.
I think Commissioner Chang should be vice chair too.
Oh, well, we could do that, couldn't we?
Joke. Okay.
Are you going to second that motion?
If we're doing the rotation, I would actually move that Commissioner Dare be vice chair.
I'll accept your nomination. Let's move on here.
Okay.
So it's been moved and seconded for myself to be vice chair. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and current chair votes yes also. I'll be vice chair next year. Okay, there's chair and vice chair. So I think we did that last year. Forgot to talk about vice chair after a little contentious moment.
There's a rule. Good news is Dave was watching.
Yeah.
We have a rule.
So this time, other items, and we do have executive session, two executive sessions today. So a couple items, I was able to attend the Sun River Lapine Economic Development Advisory Committee. This is last Tuesday. well attended. There's folks talking about wanting to buy parcels and, do items around town. Economic development, the metrology building is just about completed. It's enclosed and their utilities are being worked out. So there's new buildings going in the community of La Pine there also. Commissioner Chang and I ended up at the National Guard General Staff and Staff Leadership. I think we were probably all invited to that, but it was just kind of an informal sit down with the National Guard leadership. In Central Oregon, Bend and Redmond both have armories, and there's land by the fairgrounds, and nothing was discussed other than someday there may be moves out there in the future. I think that's kind of what they shared with us.
It's very possible there'll be a consolidation of armories, which I think is a significant thing to note for community.
Oregon Living with Fire, I was able to attend last week on Thursday, I think it was. So remember, that's our tri-county, 3 and 4 counties, Klamath's involved, but also Forest Service, BLM, State Forestry, all at the table, just kind of that next level of making connections for the cohesive strategy. So, I think I filled in for you because you were going to step in.
No, I was never going to be on that.
Okay, well, I attended it. But yeah, so it was the end of the year. There's definitely some efforts. They're doing website work and outreach efforts. So it's good education and a bridge to national efforts that are happening in that area. Also last week, Fair Board meeting on Thursday also. So David Bishop was thanked and acknowledged for his service. He's stepping away from the Fair Board. The main administrative building was renamed for David Bishop, and there'll be a ceremony for that with a plaque at some point. But at the board meeting, they gave him a nice letter and thanked him for his service. He was there for 25 years or so. So he's seen the whole transition. And then I have one more note here. So we didn't meet last week, right? That's why it was. Oh yeah, legislative meeting we had in Redmond on Monday, right? So that was why we didn't have a meeting Monday. It definitely fell apart for phase 2 because I think it was intended to be phase 1. The legislators were notified that they needed to leave at like 11:15, and then we were invited to lunch, but it was more of just a social moment with food. So yeah, there was no real table discussion or anything coordinated at that point, which all 3 of us ended up there.
Yes, it was unfortunate.
Yeah. I'll share that on Monday evening, because I stayed in Redmond the rest of the day. On Monday evening, I attended the Regional Housing Council meeting. The upshot of that, the probably the most important upshot of that meeting for this group is that they're trying to identify their legislative advocacy agenda for the short session. I said that on our short list of high priority topics at the county, we don't actually have any housing things right now, but that group will be sending our way some of the priorities that they've identified for the coming session, and basically they're trying to set up a rapid response system. So being able to deploy people to advocate to legislators on particular bills or topics with a very short turnaround. And that doesn't always lend itself to sending ideas over to the Board of Commissioners and then waiting for whatever our meeting cycle is and then kind of circling back on that. So after they share these concepts, the board can either approve those concepts and identify or appoint me as the commissioner serving on the Regional Housing Council to engage on those topics, or I can just do it on my own as an individual elected official, if that's your preference.
So Regional Housing Council, legislative positions for the short session is what you're talking about here. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Just making sure we're on the same page. Okay, anything else?
I think we forgot to mention the Festival of Trees, Hospice Festival of Trees in Redmond. A couple Saturdays ago that we attended because we didn't have a meeting last week. Anyway, incredibly well attended. And I think they raised a lot of money again. And then yesterday I did mention that I met with the new president of COCC, and the fascinating thing is they are hoping to go take their name back to something that prior to, I believe, 1975, Senator Broadman is working on it, where it's just called Central Oregon College and not Community College. And then the appeal of the school that has been around for 75 years may be greater, which I think is amazing. The new doctor actually I grew up like in Clackamas, but then he was in Southern California, met his wife in Southern California, then they moved to Arizona, and now he's here and he loves cold and his wife loves hot. So it's always fun, but really nice. And the fact that they're doubling the welding program to 32 students in 26 in Redmond at that program, and the machining is going to double to 20. So, industries such as Basics and other industry really appreciate the fact that they're doing needs of the community. And they're also, we've got to work on getting more licensed truck drivers too. So I believe that's something that they can do. So it was really great having coffee with him.
Great. Yeah, I'm scheduled for a couple weeks from now.
Oh, no. So now you know how he moved south, east, and then he's back here. So yeah, they seem very happy to be here.
Anything else other than? So at this time, we'll go to executive sessions.
The Deschutes County Board of Commissioners will now convene an executive session pursuant to ORS 192.660 as both the governing body for the Deschutes County 911 Service District and the governing body for Deschutes County. The specific authorization for this executive session is ORS 192.660 2D and E, which allow the board to meet in order to discuss labor negotiations and real property negotiations. Designated staff and the media are allowed to remain during the executive session. However, the media may only report that the board met in executive session and the identified basis for meeting in executive session. Recording devices are not permitted. No final decisions will be made, and at the conclusion, we will open the doors and invite the audience back to the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much.
I saw it earlier today.
So the microphones back on
it might
after
be Sarah.
executive session. All set after executive session. Please proceed as discussed. There's water bottles in the room if you left it during our previous meeting. Is there anything else for this meeting? Seeing none, meeting adjourned. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Christmas.